ааллартингаалерпугут биарингаалерпугут исситтормиут.
We are about to get ready. The Arctic People's Conference, please, all the delegates, please go to your seats.
Welcome everyone. Arctic People's Conference delegates, find your assigned seats. We know that there are some that are still busy and maybe some have not arrived. Some youth there that have not arrived. Chief Gary, do you know the two Athabascan youth, if they have arrived?
I don't know.
Okay.
The opening ceremonies will, yes, she's saying it in English again.
Opening ceremony in 2 minutes. Tamakkernialerpasikkata.
I think we are about to be everybody here, especially welcome. And I see that the youth is here too. I hope that you all have your headsets ready. We have interpretation, and several languages are being used today, also with this coming 2 days. And before I say anything more, we will be having a Qullaq lighting ceremony. Please welcome those that are starting the Qullaq. The ICC delegates Imma Lennart will be lighting the Qullaq. And within the opening ceremonies, there will be a prayer from ICC. ICC Canada's Vice President Green will be giving us a prayer, and Sylvia Watt-Cloutier will be giving us a drum dance. And I will be, please go ahead.
그다지 شوية. Ariga. Before we stand up to say grace and a blessing upon our next 2 days, I wanted to take the time to read what you have in front of you. It's the draft declaration, or whatever the outcome statement will be called. And it states, "We, the indigenous peoples of the Arctic, have gathered to celebrate the first Arctic Peoples Conference, convened 50 years ago, wherein we met, discussed, and determined to safeguard our identity, our rights, and our future, consistent with our long-held, and I wanted to add, values and responsibilities." Can we all stand? And at this time, I'll do the opening prayer. Thank you very much, and thank you for this privilege. Teku Kuyana, our gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for the time that we have come together on this day, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the first Arctic Peoples Conference. Thank you for your grace and your mercy upon the past leadership that had that vision, as I just stated. Lord Heavenly Father, anoint each one of us as we go forward throughout this day and tomorrow, that you will instill in us a desire to continue to serve and meet the needs of our people. We stand humbly before you to seek your mercy and your grace upon each one. And Lord, we'd like to take the time to acknowledge all the leadership that have passed. Lord, we pray that you'll be with all the families that are in need. Let us remember, as servants, we are here to humbly seek your grace and mercy upon each one of us as we continue to serve. Thank you for blessing us with the freedom that we have, and your love, your strength, and your grace. Your word, Lord, tells us, let us come boldly to your throne of grace as we seek mercy in our time of need. And Lord, Heavenly Father, we thank you for each one that is present with us, their determination to serve and help in meeting our people's needs. Thank you, Lord Jesus. And as we come together with celebrations in our hearts, anoint us with joy and appreciation for all that were involved in preparing us for the next 2 days. We thank you for our safe arrival. We pray, Lord Heavenly Father, you'll be with each of our family members wherever they may be. Thank you. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Thank you, Lord Heavenly Father, for your grace and your mercy and your love. In thy precious name we pray. Amen. Thank you very much. You may be seated.
The Arctic Peoples Conference is now to begin. Hopefully, all of you this morning have had a wonderful morning. Many of you have been traveling far, and hopefully you have had the chance to rest somewhat. The ICC, the Sami Council, and Sami Council, Gwich'in Council, International, Arctic Athabascan Council, Aleut International Association, all invitees, and not at least the youth that is present, and of course the mayor of Avannaata Council, Palle Jeremiassen. All of you are warm-felt welcome. Especially I'd like to welcome for those that back in 1973, back in Denmark Parliament in Christiansborg, that took place in a meeting. The few of them that are here today, and they are our honorable guests. From Greenland first, Aqaluk Lunge, please stand. Carl Christian Olsen Bujo, please stand. I was present at the meeting at Christiansborg, the Danish Parliament. I was a boy that was running all over. Who thought that after 50 years I would welcome you guys? And of course, Sami Council that are present, you were also present. Heike Olsen, Eiken Utsi, Per Michael Utsi, and Mrs. Marit Saar. I have, especially to you, a lot to thank you for. Because back then, as indigenous peoples, and for our future, you were the ones that were giving us the milestones on how we were to face our future. And these milestones that you gave us have been benefiting a lot of us in the Arctic, but still also giving us a lot of more to work with. The honor is in you. Within the 50 years, many have passed away. And among them is our very good friend Amalottok Olsen. That really was the man that was walking ahead and front back in 1973. Rest in peace, Amalottok Olsen, that your memory always be honored. Back then, the organization Indigenous, the IFGIA was also present, and its leader was one of those that have passed away. I will ask you to stand and give a memory moment for them in honor of them. Thank you. At the end, I'd like to mention Indigenous Work Group for Indigenous Affairs is also present. And on their behalf, Katrin Wissendorf, the director, is here also. A special welcome to you too. Thank you. Thank you, Jelma. The next that we have to welcome is the mayor of Avannaata Kommunia, the city council of Avannaata, Palle Jeremiassen. Dear all friends and all nations from the Arctic, warm welcome to Ilulissat. The City Council of Avannaata, on behalf of the Council, I am so happy to welcome you here from deep of my heart, and that our Arctic friends, the Arctic nations, meeting here in Nuuk. The peoples of the Arctic have, within the last 50 years, working really close together, and I would like, on behalf of the Council, say a warm welcome to all of you. It's a celebration, a big celebration, and a lot of work has been done, and many visions have been shared. And 50 years back, in November, in 1973, there was a meeting that we all remember, the first meeting that took place in Copenhagen in 1973. Many years have been worked together about and with, and we are celebrating this spirit that was created back then. And the Arctic peoples that have been working together and all the achievements they have had today are of great pride for us, and especially also for the many coming years. The youth delegates have also found their way in this work. The Avannaata Kommunia, the City Council of Avannaata, do support warmly the goals of the Arctic peoples in the region. The circumpolar agenda is of great importance to us, and the rights of the indigenous peoples, the rights of the people, the rights of the Arctic peoples are of great importance to City Council of Avannaata. It is so important that everyone is being heard. It is so important that everyone feels represented. And this is also something that we feel and experience in our society when talking to the inhabitants. And through Nagusa, the youth organization for showing our strength that is being shown through the spokesperson of our children in Greenland, is also highlighting the rights of our children. The United Nations Declaration on Children's Rights is something that we find really, really important. And we are, on behalf of the Avannaata Council, we are so happy that we, in collaboration together with ICC, have managed to organize a conference that is highlighting these rights. In Avannaata Council, hunting and fishing is the main industry we have. The fellow Inuit and fellow circumpolar peoples, together with you, we also have this livelihood. Fishing is the biggest industry in our region right here, and hunting as well. Fishing especially is the one that is lifting the economy in these regions. The work on Bikiera is something that we really do support. And the people that are in Thule regions that are living really close to Bikiera, it is of great importance to us that these visions and this agenda and the work that is being done are to be respected and to be followed by our council as well. Tourism in Greenland, especially these regions, Ilulissat is a place that a lot of tourists are visiting. We receive more and more tourists every year, and it's creating many jobs and also gives a lot of opportunity within education sector for our youth. It is so important that tourism has to be governed in a good way, that the locals also do feel ownership in the development that is being made. And we are doing what we can to give this path a clear path for all to attend. And because we think tourism is of great importance to us. This country that is our land, we would like to do conservations and prepare and preserve it in a good way. And for that, we need youth that is also well educated. We have noticed, and we have also seen within the Avanade Council, we really do have experience and do experience the climate change. And due to the climate change, hunting and fisheries have been, and our livelihood have changed drastically. Climate change and the changes require a lot of adaptation and mitigation, especially within the transportation, within the communication. How we organize ourselves is so important that we adapt to the climate changes we're experiencing in our environment. Because of that, this year we are going to be hosting in October, we'll be having a conference from October 2nd, 3rd, and 4th about climate change in Ilulissat here. We'll be hosting it together with the City Council, and we are working together with the Norwegian universities. And we are going to be hosting a climate conference here in Ilulissat every year. With this in mind, and with these visions we have in the Council, we find it so important that we want to establish a university for climate here in this region. In this way, we want to ensure that our livelihood is also to be as part of the agenda when talking of climate change. And we think that the research and science also has to be based on the knowledge from here. Thank you so much that you all chose to come to our town for this conference. And we really do love that you are going to be great ambassadors for our town. And also with these short words and brief welcoming, I welcome you all one more time and really do hope that you will have a fruitful meeting and conference and dialogue. I wish you all health, and one more time, welcome to Ilulissat. Thank you.
Borgmesterimut, Ammalu, Hjalmamut, Hjalmardal, Røanarøssuaq, Ammaanersiorn.
We thank the mayor and Hjalmar Dahl and also the choir from Ilulissat for this very good performance and for the lighting of the Qullaq and Qidad dancer. My name is Sarah Olsvig and I am chair of ICC, and I'm very happy to welcome you today. Friends from Arctic and family, that's what I want to call you. The next 2 days is in memory of the 50th anniversary of the Arctic Conference, Arctic People's Conference, and this is where we exchange knowledge and that a place where we strengthen ourselves and to do some good work. And with Sami, we are happy to be hosting this event, this conference, and we are happy that these Gretchen organization and Athabascan organizations. And this idea, when this first was presented to us, which started Evgia, Jens Dahl. Hjalmar mentioned this earlier, that he participated in the first conference, and when there was presented a concept note, when this was presented to me, I thought that finally, let's bring back this.
And I'm so happy that we finally could make it, and because of this concept note that was given to us back in 1973, that we finally could make it, and everybody is here. Thank you so much for Akaruk and Carl Christian. The ICC and the delegates meeting that we had for the last days, and we just passed the last 2 days meeting with the ICC delegates meeting, and we as an organization, our foundation, is sometimes also, of course, also origins also somehow from this meeting back in 1973. Back in 1973, why we had to have a meeting, why it was important that we had a meeting. And if we look back, it is very clear, and we can see very clear how important it has been that we work together as a united people within the different kinds of forums, different kinds of agendas, how we have to enhance and empower ourselves with great importance. For the last 2 days that we here, together with you, the delegates, we are also going to form the future agenda together, how we are going to be working together. And it is of great importance. Honorable, back in 1973, for those of you that here are today, I am very, very honored to welcome you here, that you could be with us. And I am also very happy that other Arctic peoples also are here, that also were present back in 1973 from Sami people. And for those that no longer are among us, let their memory always be honored. Especially, I would like to highlight that I am so proud that the peoples that are here today, that there are so many young people joining us. The youth is present, organizing together with us. We find it so important that we found funding to ensure that they were present. And we want to thank to the different kinds of organizations and the governments that have supported this initiative to ensure youth, special welcome to you. I am looking so much forward that your day tomorrow is to be presented, because it's your day tomorrow, especially. In 2013, we were also organizing in commemoration of the event back then. And the meeting, the hall in the Parliament of Denmark was also especially celebrated after 40 years. And I could be present as an elected member of the Parliament in Denmark. We are meeting here today. We are doing a little bit different way of working since 2013. I found it very important that we were trying to have a meeting a little bit like how they organized it back in 1973. So hopefully, after everyone that have attended this meeting or attending this meeting will feel that we accomplished something, like Green prayed for us. She says, the work is within ourselves, within our table. We are meeting first time this way, and I hope and I also encouraged everyone to today, during the day and the evening, please have a look and please appoint delegates to the negotiation teams through the drafting of the declaration. And I know that the youth that are present have also come up with their own input, and I hope that we'll be able to finish the drafting of the declaration of this meeting these days. It is not going to be binding, but it's going to be a very important statement. And I hope that we'll be able to do a signing of a declaration that we can send out to the outside world about what we have come up with. On behalf, when we are meeting each other on behalf of different kinds of peoples, we notice the differences we have. Also, another thing I would like to emphasize is that the collaboration among indigenous peoples. I am not surprised every time when I see how many things we have in common, but also how many challenges we face together that are the same. I'd like, on behalf of ICC, thank you all for all the years that you have given your efforts to work with us. And I hope in the future that we still will be working strong and fruitful and have good dialogues and debates and finding pathways together for a future greater achievements. Among nations, we have seen each other among different nations, different forums, and also because sometimes we have had united voices. Therefore, we in Greenland, we also, being on that part, we experience that our voice is being heard outside our nations. Like the last days that we have also had in ICC agenda, it is not something that we find only here in the Arctic, but not only within this circumpolar region, but our agenda needs to come out of the circumpolar regions for let the outside world know of the consequences we experience because of climate change. We are the ones that are sitting on these tables and also negotiating in these tables. And we are the ones, because of our thrive to be heard, we find a seat, we find a table, sometimes not even being invited. It is so important we use our advocacy and our influence to be heard outside the regions. Because of that, through that, knowledge of the holistic approach about our universe and because of our environment, and especially within the negotiations in the international forum that don't even have this approach, we bring that into table. I would like to say, according to my mind, this way of doing always at the end results even a stronger outcome, not only for us, but also to the rest of the world. I look very much forward to hear you with the coming days, and also to have an intervention with you, a dialogue with you, also among you in between, but also among ourselves. Hopefully it will be very informative and fruitful, and hoping you the very best for the 2 days for a fruitful dialogue and debate. hopefully after these days, it is said, you will be living here enhanced, enriched, and strengthened in our agenda. Warm welcome, and thank you that you made your way to Ilulissat.
Mannalu tikilluaqussavara saa
And now I would like to welcome Aslak. Aslak Holmberg, he is president for Sami Council. Of course, also a special invited for this.
On Inuit homelands in Ilulissat. It's my pleasure on behalf of the Sami Council also to welcome you to this Arctic People's Conference. We are here a Sami delegation of 14 people, and we are joined by a few observers as well. Unfortunately, we don't have any Sami from the Russian side with us, and we are missing their presence here. But this is a time for celebration, and a celebration of 50 years of collaboration between Arctic indigenous peoples. And with this conference, we want to commemorate the work done by the many Arctic indigenous bright minds in the past 50 decades, many of whom are here today. All the issues that are noted in the 1973 declaration are still timely issues for us. And to me this tells that we are still the same people as we were there, and that we hold the same things in value. We are still working to secure our lands and our land rights. We are working to maintain and develop our knowledge, cultures, and languages. Although a lot still remains to be done, it must be said that a lot has been achieved in these past 50 years. There are great developments in the Arctic for indigenous land rights and self-governance. Such as the Greenland Home Rule, Nunavut Agreement, and the establishment of the Sami parliaments. Indigenous-led conservation is recognized. In the United Nations Biodiversity Convention, the role of indigenous peoples and our role as guardians of nature is recognized stronger than ever in a global process. Through our lobbying, we have had a success in international fora in the UN, but obviously for us a major achievement is the establishment of the Arctic Council. And in 1973, the conference called for a permanent collaborative body for Arctic indigenous peoples, for us to voice our concerns and work together to address them. So we can say that the steps towards what became the Arctic Council were taken then in a 1973 conference. And as we know now, the Arctic Council is in a critical state still, and we need to work strategically to maintain this unique body. What is new since 1973 is that we are living in a very rapidly changing world, and the Arctic environment is changing very rapidly. When I left home, the water levels in my home river were at the record lows, and we have experienced a strong decline of the Atlantic salmon stocks. You could say that the foundation of our food security is shaking. So in all honesty, there are some quite dark clouds in the horizon. And in addition to the impacts of climate change, we are facing severe threats from what we call green colonialism, so different ways of colonizing our lands in the name of addressing climate change. Jos mi nämä väldet, mis iljas seivastan satji. If they take our lands, we don't have any place to land. This is a phrase that was said in the Sami movement in the 70s. And the excuses don't matter to us, but we need our homelands now and for the future generations. And all this work that has been done by the previous generations does lay a solid foundation for us to continue this work. And we need to look ahead and work together to strengthen our communities. I hope that this will be an empowering event for us all. And although we need to be realistic, we also need to find time to celebrate our achievements as Arctic peoples. And I value greatly the connections I've made through the years, including those to our Inuit siblings. And let us join our strength once again and celebrate the past 50 years and work towards laying a solid foundation for the decades to come. Saavan pohkaide huipueri teivademi. Kuyanak. Thank you. Kiitos.
Qoyanak Aslat.
Thank you, Aslan. And now it is from the Athabascans, and his name is Chief Jerry Harrison, International Chair.
Gary Harrison, Tolchina, Atlan, Naidiniana. Good morning. I'm Chief Gary Harrison. I'm a water clan from Chikloon Native Village. Chinan, it's an honor to be invited to the 50th Indigenous Peoples Conference to share our struggles for freedom from the colonial forces. It's good to see old friends and new ones. It's my second time to Ilulissat, and I felt welcome. I felt even more welcome today, and I'm very impressed on how well the people are organized here. It's better than many places like where I come from. We're not as organized in this struggle as here, so I'm very glad to see that. Also, my education isn't that great, so I just kind of scribbled down some notes, so I might make some pauses here and there. So, but I am a survivor of the boarding schools, so, and I'm also glad to see that we have many young leaders and youth that are going to take our place. And with that, I would like our youth here to introduce themselves really quickly.
Hello, my name is Carissa Waugh. My Northern Shoshone name is Ika Ewa, meaning caribou hoof noise. I am from Whitehorse, Yukon, Canada, and I'm Kwamandun First Nation. Thank you.
Kame Sotan Klachito. Good morning, everybody. Kuchanki Nika Silver Fox Young Uji, Danki Eju Hunling, Egune Ichi, Kwanlin Yu Ninji. My English name is Nika Silver Fox Young. I do not have a traditional name yet. I am from Whitehorse, Yukon. I am Wolf Clan, and I'm a member of the Little Salmon Carmacks First Nations. Akanzanu Ijdi Sotan. My heart feels really good today. Soksinle, thank you.
Chinan, thank you. In our struggles, there seems to be an ebb and flow to our fight against the colonial forces that have taken over our lands, our waters, our air, and many of our peoples. It's one of the things that we need to work on is pollution, because it affects our hunting, fishing, and gathering and our everyday life. In the old days, so to speak, we didn't have any safety rules when we went to work. Nowadays, we do have a lot of the safety rules. And the reason I mention this is because many of you may have noticed that I have a cough. Well, I'm not sick, so to speak, but many of the jobs that I've had in the past have affected my lungs. So I'm not going to be passing on any diseases or anything. So pardon me for my coughing from time to time. And over the years, we have made many strides, like, for instance, the S on peoples. And we also have a declaration for Indigenous peoples' rights now, not only at the UN, but also at the Organization of American States. We've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. And I'm glad to see there's many people here to continue this struggle. Chinan, thank you very much.
Qoyanak, Chief Gary, Dava Quitchin.
Thank you, Chief Harrison. And now, Sam Alexander.
Jugwan Gwynsi, Chi Tai Gwyn Sultan, Zroga Shashunt, Shoji Sam Alexander Oji, Kucheje Gutsanitli Gatanangwichi, University of Alaska, Jaguchitakoth in Shti Oji, Clarence Alexander, Shahan Oji, Ginny Alexander, Shitsu Oji, Mary Jane Alexander, Shitsi Oji, Alexander, Gwich'in Council International in Jit Zadi D. Good morning, my name is Sam Alexander. I'm from Fort Yukon, Alaska, but I live in Fairbanks. My parents are Ginny and Clarence Alexander, and my grandparents are Mary Jane and Alexander. I'm here on behalf of Gwich'in Council International, and I'm here with Yvonne Peter and Amber McSwain. Amongst the Gwich'in, there's a story of a man named Chetaha Kwai, the traveler. Chetaha Kwai lived during that time when animals and humans spoke a common language. At that time, many of the animals were much larger and more powerful than humans, and they would often prey upon humans. Chetaha Kwai, through his medicine power and guided by a vision of a more just world, was able to change the behavior of these animals so that humans would no longer be preyed upon. A level of equality was created. In making these changes, he set about establishing a protocol of behavior that is a shared understanding between humans and our animal relatives that we abide by to this day. Our traditional protocol remains intact because it is based off of dignity and respect, enduring values that bind us together with the natural environment in a mutually beneficial way. This protocol has allowed for stability and predictability in our traditional world. We as Indigenous peoples have always shaped the world around us, but we do so in a way that recognizes and respects all the natural world. 50 years ago, Indigenous leaders of the Arctic assembled in Copenhagen to shape the world around them. Leadership recognized that the international and national policies enacted around them were not being guided by traditional values and principles, and were oftentimes at odds with the best interests of Indigenous peoples. This assembly was a precursor and a source of strength for the work ahead as Arctic Indigenous peoples set about changing the political landscape around them to ensure that we as Indigenous peoples no longer had an unequal say in the affairs of our lives. Much of the language that came from the resolutions in that 1973 gathering are mirrored in landmark declarations like the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and are reflected in the development, organization, and work of the Arctic Council. It is here today that we reaffirm our right to exist as Indigenous peoples in the way we see fit. For the Gwich'in Nation, much has changed in the last 50 years. We weren't here during that 1973 meeting. Gwich'in Council International came to life in the year 2000 to represent the interests of the Gwich'in Nation in the international arena, specifically to have a say in the work of the Arctic Council. But if you know us well, we've had a lot to say. Regardless of whether we share policy positions or whether our views diverge from one another, We always seek to work with cooperation and mutual respect in mind. I feel as if we can all appreciate the value of cooperation. While on the land and in our communities, we abide by the rule that one is responsible to help when help is needed, regardless of personal or political differences. It is only through cooperation and collaboration that we are able to be successful in such an austere and often unforgiving landscape. There are many challenges we face as Indigenous peoples and as humans on this earth. In the past 50 years, the Gwich'in Nation has seen the complete collapse of the Yukon River salmon that we depend upon. A sustained effort to drill in the sensitive calving grounds of the porcupine caribou herd, hostile national governments that seek to limit our rights as Indigenous people, and much more. While we've seen these challenges, we've also seen incredible work by our tribes and other affiliated organizations to provide leadership and guidance to allied international organizations that partner with us in tackling these threats to our well-being. It is in forums like this that we reacquaint ourselves with each other and build the relationships needed to solve these problems. As I look around the room, today I see many familiar faces, many of the people that we've already been collaborating with over the many years, and that shows me the strength of our commitment as Indigenous peoples to work for a better future. We look forward to the conversations that are to come, and we'd like to extend our sincerest appreciation to the Inuit Circumpolar Council and the Asami Council for hosting this gathering, and the people of Ilulissat for hosting us here in your community. Haie Koyanak.
Qoyanak Sam, kiisalu aamma Inuiat aliutit sinnerlungit, Jessica Velstra, oqaasaqalaassuoq. Takanna Jessica.
Ong, hello. My name is Jessica Veltstra, and I'm the Executive Director for Aleut International Association. I have worked for AIA for the last 10 years in various capacities. I grew up in the small fishing town of Homer, Alaska, where I spent my childhood summers exploring the oceans and coastlines when we were not commercial fishing. My maternal grandmother was Inupiaq from Kotzebue, Alaska. Although I am not Aleut or Anungax, I have familial ties to the Aleut, Yupik, and Athabaskan. I do not take lightly the trust that has been extended to me to represent the Aleuts at this important gathering. I have spent most of my last 20 years residing in Anchorage, Alaska, with frequent trips to Alaskan villages and home, ensuring I maintain my connection to the land, sea, and my traditional ways of life. It is an honor and a pleasure to join such an amazing group of Arctic Indigenous peoples for such a historic event. I would like to extend a huge thank you to our hosts, Inuit Circumpolar Council and the Sami Council, for putting together such an important gathering. Thank you to the community of Ilulissat for such a warm welcome to your home. We recognize and appreciate the wisdom and the forethought of those that have come before us to join together 50 years ago to help safeguard our identity, our rights, and our futures. Their hard work has paved the way so that all Arctic Indigenous peoples has a voice in national and international forums to influence and determine how to protect our lands, waters, territories, and resources necessary for our ways of life. Collectively, we are the people that have called the Arctic home for millennia. Our ways of life have been and still are intricately connected to our environment. The land, the seas, and the air. We hold knowledge that has been passed down from generation to generation that will help find the solutions to the many challenges our homes are facing from environmental changes. Aleut International has been working to preserve our ways of life in local, regional, national, and international forums for the last 25 years, and we are looking forward to working with our Arctic brothers and sisters for the next 25 years and beyond. Hunting, fishing, and gathering are keys to ensure the health and well-being of all Aleut people and our culture. AIA recognizes the importance of healthy oceans and contaminant-free lands so that Aleut people can continue their traditional ways of life. We have worked diligently to pass down our heritage for the generations to come. Through documenting our elders' stories and knowledge through digital and print media, contributing to numerous culture camps and language revitalization. We have projects that address the many environmental concerns that threatens our ways of life to improve our solid waste management, reducing the impacts of plastics and microplastics in our food webs, assessing black carbon sources and its health impacts, monitoring and assessing ways to improve air quality and documenting climate change, and subsistence harvest areas that are important to our people. We stand in solidarity with each of you regarding the rights of self-determination, autonomy, and self-governance. To fully participate in management, policy and governance, and decision-making processes at all levels in relation to our homelands. We join you in the call to the Arctic states and governments to take immediate and meaningful action to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We look forward to a very productive conference as we come together, unified voices, to address the many mutual concerns impacting our homelands and our ways of life. Kagaskagak, thank you.
Røanak, Jessica. Tava tamanga alaatsinaattutut qaaqqusaasimasut аммаанерсиорнэрми оqaасеqalaarnissamиннут qaaqqusaanikuupput ассуллунуаннаарутингаара икингутерпут сутеқатигиллуартарсимасарпут ааммалу инуи исситтормиусиуннэрсуусоқатигииффианни инусутиссақарнэрму тунгасуни сулиани нунани тамалаани сутеқатигисарпут Norwemi saamit parlamenttianni tassa saamit inat
amongst Sylvia Karina Mutker will come up and say something.
Ja, pueri holomot, godneaton, oasevaldit, ja, emi almohjodi hedjit. Good people, honored participations, and indigenous leaders. I am very honored to be here today. My name is Elerauna Eli Silje Karine. It means I'm the daughter of Eli Marie and the granddaughter of Elerauna, and we are from a small Sami community, Sea Sami community, living very much like here in Ilulissat, in Nesseby Unjarga. Well, but today I'm here on behalf of the three Sami parliaments on the Norwegian side, the Swedish side, and the Finnish side. And I do bring warm greetings, and we are very honored to be invited here to celebrate 50 years of indigenous collaboration in the Arctic. The Sami parliaments are grateful for the good and important collaboration we have with both the Sami Council and ICC. And all of us descend from a strong line of extreme survivors. We, the indigenous peoples in the Arctic, are not only survivors, but we are also skilled experts on how to live good lives and sustainable lives in the Arctic. I do want to acknowledge the ancestors and all the indigenous peoples in Kalalit Nunaat And thank you from my heart for hosting us. We will wander in these ancient and secret lands, careful and in respect. The Sami Parliament, the indigenous peoples in the Arctic share challenges of the global crisis we face. It is extreme warming, and we have more extreme and unpredictable weather, loss of biological diversity, and then all of the extractive industries and industrialization that challenge our interdependence with Mother Earth. We can only face these challenges together. But collaboration is not only about challenges, it is also about empowerment, inspiration, and strength in joy from each other. So, 50 years ago, there were indigenous leaders with strong foresighting capacity. And now we benefit from their vision and good leadership. Our job is now to utilize the collaboration we have. What is collaboration? I want to read a poem from the Sami poet, Lemmeharspietar, Peder Jalovi. Snowflakes, fluttering through the air, snowflakes softly fall on stones and brushy ground, covering them with white. Even though small in size, when numbering in millions, they fill holes, cover slopes, pile up in strands of trees, make drifts amongst the stones. In the face of the spring sun, the tiny snowflakes melt away, turn to drops of clear water. From the drops they become stream, river, lake, sea. Mighty is their power then. Ologito yamun savan et check-in shadda hui puedre. I do want to thank you on behalf of the 3 Sami parliaments. I wish you all the very best for the meeting and the negotiations. Thank you, Kito.
Guido, Silja Karina.
Thank you so much, Karina. One more thing I also would like to mention, that the member of parliament and the members of the Folketinget, Danish parliament, have also been invited. Unfortunately, because of different reasons, they couldn't make it here. But we have a representative, which is the chair of the Arctic parliamentarians. And Aya is here, and we welcome you, and please take the floor. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Dear honored members of the Sami Council, dear sisters and brothers, dear guests. What a true pleasure it is to be here in Ilulissat to celebrate the last 50 years of collaboration between the peoples of the Arctic. My name is Aya Kemnitz. I'm Inuk. I'm a member of the Danish Parliament on behalf of the Greenlandic party called Inuit Ataqatigiit. And even though Christiansborg is my workplace, I think it's very good that we're having it here in Ilulissat instead this time. I am here today as chair of Arctic parliamentarians, and there is lots to celebrate in the last 50 years. Many people to thank, so many elders to respect, and much has been done. But we also need to do much more in the next 50 years, and none of us can do it on our own. And I truly believe that we are stronger together. I think it's important to collaborate. My message to you today is that we as parliamentarians feel a special responsibility to strengthen the rights of indigenous peoples. We can change legislation, we can get funding for our projects, but we can also push and collaborate with governments towards supporting and promoting indigenous peoples' rights, and we need to do that. Making small changes can be easy, but to change structures, to change old ways of thinking is difficult, especially in old systems. And many of us have felt those barriers. Many of us are fighting those barriers, fighting for justice, mending the wounds of the past, even on a daily basis. It requires patience and impatience at the same time, a belief that the fight can make lasting change for the better, and when we fight, it makes a difference. In Inuit Ataqatigiit, we have a saying which is, "Nothing about us without us." To me, it embodies the UNDRIP paragraph on free, prior, and informed consent. It's about listening to the voices of the Arctic. It's about respecting the voices and the needs of the people in the Arctic, and it will always be at the core of the work that we do as Arctic parliamentarians. I strongly believe that our goal as parliamentarians is to serve the people of the Arctic, and therefore I am here to listen, and I will be here tomorrow as well. In the next 50 years, many things need to be done. We will do our part as Arctic parliamentarians, and we're in the process of signing a memorandum of understanding with ICC because we need to continue and to strengthen our collaboration with each other. I am glad that we succeeded in getting extra funding for ICC's international work in the Danish Parliament. This is important. And it was also an honor to see the Sami drum was retrieved from the Danish Parliament and back to the Sapmi community in Karasjok in April when I was there last year. That was equally as important. We will continue to focus on strengthening the support for even stronger youth representation in international work, because this is important when young people are raising their voices and when we make sure that the new generations are also supporting and promoting Indigenous people's rights. It's important to acknowledge the role of women leadership in Arctic communities, and therefore we will support this as well. And lastly, we will also support mapping legal barriers in Inuit Nunat between Greenland, Nunavut, and Alaska. And in time, I also hope with sisters and brothers in Chukotka, we will have closer collaboration. I believe that people-to-people cooperation will be the solution to strengthen the promotion of Indigenous people's rights, and in the end, to kickstart the Arctic Council. We need a bottom-up approach instead of a top-down approach to restart the Arctic Council, and there is a need. And here, I believe ICC will play a crucial part, together with the Sami Council and with other entities representing the people of the Arctic, and we will support this work. I would lastly like to thank Sa Olsvig as International Chair of ICC for her strong leadership and for her ways of communicating the clear goals and the visions of ICC for the future. As parliamentarians, we need clear goals that we can support and that we can find funding for. So thank you very much for your leadership, Sarah. I look forward to the collaboration between the peoples of the Arctic, the many important organizations, and Arctic parliamentarians in the next coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aya. The next speaker, before I introduce the next speaker, I would like to also mention that Sweden, Finland, Norway have given funds to this conference. And thanks to these parliaments, they have made it possible to organize this conference. Thank you so much. And especially the Nordic Council of Ministers have also given funds to this conference. Thank you to them. The nations in the Arctic and senior Arctic officials, their representative from Norway, Ina Nygaard-Mosin, is also present. I welcome her to have her opening remarks. Please, Ina, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Arctic friends and colleagues, I am so very happy to be here today as we mark the 50th anniversary of a significant milestone in Arctic cooperation. My name is Ina Nygaard-Mosin. I am the senior Arctic official of Norway, And on behalf of the senior Arctic officials present here today with you, I want to share my heartfelt congratulations for 50 years of enduring commitment to the rights of all indigenous peoples in the Arctic. The 1973 Arctic Peoples Conference was an inspiring example of unity and common purpose. Since then, Arctic indigenous peoples have made significant progress to influence decisions that have a direct impact on their lives and livelihoods. The establishment of the Arctic Council in 1996 represents another milestone, as was mentioned earlier also. Not only is the Arctic Council the most important multilateral forum for Arctic issues, it is also a unique forum for cooperation between Arctic states and Arctic indigenous peoples. The incorporation of indigenous peoples organizations as permanent participants in the Council ensured that Arctic indigenous populations could take part and be included in all of the Council's decisions and projects. This reflected an increasingly shared understanding that local Arctic communities, including the indigenous communities, needed to play a key role in shaping the region's future. Moreover, the Council's enduring focus on the inclusion of local and traditional knowledge has been essential for providing the Council with a holistic understanding of Arctic issues, with a direct relevance for people who actually live here. The voice of the indigenous peoples has thus been crucial to the success of the Council. Your voices. After Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine last year, multilateral cooperation has frayed on many levels, including here in the Arctic. Normal political cooperation with Russia is no longer possible in the Arctic Council and elsewhere. As all of you well know, this has had serious consequences for many Arctic indigenous communities. Many of you have community members on both sides of the borders, individuals that are now increasingly difficult to maintain contact with. This speaks of the interconnectedness of the Arctic, and it speaks of the necessity to preserve structures for circumpolar cooperation and interaction. Because the cross-border nature of the challenges in the Arctic will not disappear. Quite the contrary. The Arctic is warming at an alarming speed. Arctic indigenous peoples are among the first to observe and be impacted by the effects of climate change, although often you are among those least contributing to it. Climate change affects all aspects of life in the Arctic, from changing hunting seasons to loss of biodiversity, from new economic opportunities to human health. These and many other challenges in the Arctic must be dealt with multilaterally and in a way that includes local and indigenous perspectives, also in the future. Norway assumed the chairship of the Arctic Council in May this year. It is a priority for us to resume as much as possible of the important work of the Council under the current circumstances, with a focus on 4 priority topics: the oceans, climate and environment, sustainable economic development, and people in the north. Norway will continue to pursue the long-term approach taken by the Arctic Council to ensure a vibrant and sustainable Arctic region. Throughout our chairship, we will give special attention to Arctic youth and strengthen our cooperation with Arctic indigenous peoples organizations. For a continued sustainable development of the Arctic, we need to ensure that the voices of the people residing here are heard and taken into account when decisions are made. Lastly, I would like to thank and congratulate the event organizers, the ICC, Sami Council, for arranging this conference to celebrate this important achievement and to pave the way for the next 50 years of Arctic cooperation. I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ina. Thank you so much for the great support you're showing us, and that you are together with us, and also giving that you also are standing behind us in our thrive to reach our goals in the Arctic regions. Before break, I would like to suggest that all the delegates here, that we briefly say our name and introduce ourselves briefly. Even though that we are going to have a break, it says we will have a short break. I think the break of 20 minutes is a little long, so I suggest briefly that we all would like to say our name and where we are from before we continue again. I'd like to propose we start from here. We go around the table until over here, and then after that we'll have a coffee break. Aslak, please go ahead. Say your names.
The President of the Sami Council.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Åsa Larsson Blind, and I'm the Vice President of Sami Council.
And my name is Ellen Saras Barok, and I'm also the Vice President of the Sami Council.
My name is Egil Utsi, and I am from Karasjok, Norway.
Beridet, my name is Gunn-Britt Retter. I'm head of the Arctic and Environmental Unit of the Sami Council.
I'm Rune Fjellheim. I'm a senior advisor to the Sami Council.
I am Ella-Kristina Märet from Sápmi.
My name is Lars-Anders Berg. I'm a former member of the Sami Council and the Sami Parliament on the Swedish side. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Aili Avo. I'm the Secretary General of the Sami Council, and I'm from Karasjok, Sápmi. Thank you.
Per-Mikael Utsi. I was delegate at the Arctic Peoples Conference in '73.
My name is Enni Similä, and I'm here as a youth delegate, but I also work at the Sami Council, and I'm from the Finnish side of Sápmi.
Mun ammalle Pierre-Heikka Motka ja mun on Unjarga sedet. Good morning, I'm Pierre-Heikka Motka. I'm from Unjarga. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristina Hätta. I'm the head of the cultural unit in the Sami Council, and I'm from Kuotekeino, the Norwegian side of Sápmi.
Mulla on Mihku Ilmara Mika-Petra ja mulla on Anaris Eeret. My name is Petra Laiti. I'm a member of the Sami Council and I'm from Anar on the Finnish side of Sápmi.
Good morning. My name is Katrina Bölker. I'm from Grönland, actually born here in Ilulissat. I'm very happy to be here. I'm happy to see you all here. I am an executive council member of ICC.
Shojri Ambermixwain Oji, Tatlet Se, Gutsat Ethle, Tatlet Gutchin Ethle. My name is Amber McSwain. I'm from Fort McPherson, Northwest Territories, Canada. I am a youth delegate with Gwich'in Council International.
Shalaknai, Jukvan Gwajre, Shojri Ivan Pierre Oji. My name is Yvonne Peter. I am from the village of Usharenko in northern Alaska. I'm board member to the Gwich'in Council International. Really grateful to be here with you all this morning.
Jukwan Gwinzi, Shojri Sam Alexander Oji, Good morning, my name is Sam Alexander, Fort Yukon. I'm a board member for Gwich'in Council International. Masicho.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nika Silver Fox Young. I am a member of the Little Salmon Carmacks First Nations from Yukon, Canada, and I am a youth delegate from the Arctic Athabascan Council. Masicho.
Hello, my name is Cursa Waugh. My Northern Tashoni name is Ike Ewa. I am Conlon First Nations from Whitehorse, Yukon, Canada, and I'm one of the youth delegates for the Arctic Athabascan Council.
Wilisaikan, Kaska, Gary Harrison. Good morning, I'm Chief Gary Harrison. I'm chief from our people, and I'm also the international chair of the Arctic Athabascan Council. Chinan, thank you.
Hello, I am Jessica Veldstra, the Executive Director for Aleut International Association, and I am here with my daughter, Rebecca Veldstra, who is the youth delegate for Aleut International. Thank you.
Hi, Uvanga Mary Ang Malik.
My name is Mary Ang Malik. I'm from Nunavut, Canada.
I live in Nunavut, Canada.
Ariga, Uvanga Atiga Kasangnaluk, Ipna Jeremy. My name is Marie Green. My Inupiaq name is Kasangnaluk. Born and raised in Deering, Alaska, and I now reside in Kotzebue, Alaska, northwest part of Alaska. I have the privilege of representing the Inuit of our area in Alaska, and also the privilege of sitting as the President, ICC Alaska President, and a member of the Executive Council. Deku.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vivian Corthius. I'm originally from Imangak, Alaska. I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Association of Village Council Presidents. We are a tribal consortium of 56 tribes along the Yukon River, Kuskokwim River, and Bering Sea coast in Western Alaska. And I am a representative on the ICC Alaska Executive Board. Thank you.
My name is Mary David, and I am the Executive Vice President at Quirk Incorporated, serving 20 tribes within the region, and I am a delegate for ICC. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Natan Obed. I'm the president of Inuit Tapuri Kinatami. I am originally from Nain Nunatsiavut in Canada, and I'm a part of the Inuit Circumpolar Council delegation.
Uvlami, good morning, everybody. My name is Herb Nakimayak. I'm from Paulatuck, Northwest Territories, Canada. It's good to see old friends and colleagues from all around the circumpolar world, and I am the Executive Council member for the Inuit Circumpolar Council.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm from Greenland.
Lisa Khiluqi Khobiqalovunga.
My name is Lisa Khiluqi.
At Inuit Circumpolar Council. I'll take this opportunity to speak on behalf of two people who are not present with us here today and who would normally have been introduced as one of the original participants to the Arctic Peoples Conference in 1973. And they are Elijah Manirayak, whom some of you may still know, and who was an influencer among Inuit in Canada and a role model in communications and journalism. And Taga Curley, who unfortunately, due to personal reasons, could not make it here. He would have loved to have been here, and he sends his greetings to all. Nakomig.
Udlakut. I'm from Canada, a former senator. Nakomik.
My name is Mikadi. I'm from Ilulissat. I'm from here. I'm a student in Copenhagen University, and And I am here on behalf of ICC Youth, and I'm here as a delegate on behalf of them. I use the word Inuk because for the less than 100 years, we used also the word Inuk for about ourselves, and we didn't use the word Galaluk. So I rather use Inuk.
Hello, Inukatsit.
Hello, fellow Inuit, and also fellow Arctic peoples. Thank you so much I could be here. I attended the meeting back then in 1973, and I was also co-organizing it. Thank you so much to the elders that are here now, that they are present. I look so much forward to get to know you more. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It is so good to see you again. I am Carl Christian Olsen Bujo. The last many years, already from the beginning, already from the time where it was planned to establish ICC, I have been there. I have retired now, but I am not retiring from our rights to our language and our rights to our own language. I will never retire from that.
I'm a youth delegate for ICC Alaska.
Ulasiak Ilunasi, my name is Kieran Anderson from Nain Nunatsiavut. I am here on behalf of Nunatsiavut as a youth delegate.
Uvlalotak Uvanga Nicole Kanik Wojciechowski, Utkarvik Milurga. I'm from Utkarvik, Alaska, and I am an executive council member of Inuit Circumpolar Council, Koinak.
My name is Jan Matel. I am the chair of Greenland ICC, and I'm also the vice president in the ICC. I am Sarah Olsvi. I'm chair of Inuit Circumpolar Council. So, it was a nice introduction. Now it's time for a coffee break. And before we do that, let me remind you, you probably have noticed that over there in the corners there are seats that there's no one, but that is to symbolize that we have members from Chukotka in Russia, and we have fellow Arctic friends that couldn't be here because they're from Russia, but we are symbolizing their seats here. We will be back again at 10:45. Thank you for now.
into, yeah, into, two. Into. 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 Yeah, into. Yeah. One, two. Yeah. Into. 1, 2. Yeah, into. Into. Yeah. 呀。
Nalunaaqutaq 10:45 isaatittilaassuungut aammalu 73.
It's 10:45. I want all of you, the ones that have.
We will start with an armchair conversation with 4 of the representatives who were in the first participants of the first Arctic Peoples Conference, and I invite them to be seated in the chairs closest to the qulliq, to the lamp. And we will be starting with a show of photos from 1973, and they will be shown by Gunn-Britt Ratta from the Sami Council, and Gunn-Britt will also introduce the 5 representatives. So please be seated and welcome our 4 representatives from the 1973 Arctic Peoples Conference. Yeah. I don't know, the Sami Council has a bell. We don't have a bell, so how can I make a bell sound so people are seated? Tamassa isaaqqissinnaagussilu aallartitat. Delegates, please be seated.
It's okay.
And welcome to Greenland.
Thank you.
Aina Buyo, Amakhirpok, Carl Christian Olsen, Buyo. When you are ready, Gunn-Britt, I invite you to begin the photo presentations.
Hello. Yep. Is it on? Yes. It's a great honor for me to introduce the photos from the 1973 conference. I will just do the slideshows, and then my colleague Sam Alexander will take over to facilitate the conversation. In this circle, we have, you have all heard the names already, but we have Carl Christian Olsen, Buyo, and Per Mikael Utsi, and Akaluk Linge, who actually forgot to say his name during his introduction, but and Mare Sara. It's a great honor to have you here in this circle. So you already see the pictures on the wall. This is the slideshow of pictures from 1973 that was shared also during the 40th anniversary in 2013 that took place in Christiansborg in Copenhagen, Denmark. So I did not make this presentation. The photos are taken by Jens Brøsted, and he and Robert Petersen shared this presentation 10 years ago. So, as you all know, on November 22nd to 25th in 1973, 40 delegates representing 21 organizations of indigenous peoples from Arctic Canada, Greenland, Finland, Norway, and Sweden gathered in Copenhagen for the first Arctic Peoples Conference. And on a personal note, I would take this opportunity to highlight that we have youth representatives present with us today, which is very good. But we should also note that I believe the large number of the participants back in 1973 were quite young back then when they gathered. So that tells me that while we need youth for youth, and that the young need to discuss their own issues among themselves in youth forums, we also have to include them in our work as full worthy delegates when we are working in various forums. The groundbreaking and successful conference back in '73 demonstrated mutual understanding and concern for urgent problems facing all the peoples represented. Robert Peterson said in his presentation at the 40th anniversary in 2013 that it was the increased interest in exploiting the rich oil and gas resources in the Arctic, and mentioned an international conference on this topic in Le Havre, France in 1973, where indigenous peoples from Canada and Greenland also were invited. So they had the idea that they need to have a separate Arctic Peoples Conference. So this became the beginning of the planning, the Arctic Peoples Conference. And soon after, the 2 Canadian Indigenous leaders came to Copenhagen and met with some Greenlanders and the leader of IVGIA. Invitations were sent out to all Arctic countries, but there was never received an answer from the Soviet Union at that time. And the Alaskan Inuit were prevented in participating in the conference due to land claims negotiations. So they were too busy. So that was a little introduction, and then I wanted to show the photos. And you see there we are sitting in the circle like they did in 1973. Oh, I was supposed to point that way. Where is the next? Oh, I put it on. It was on mute. Sorry. So here you see parts of the delegates, and I don't know if any of these people in the circle recognize any at the distance here. It's Robert Peterson during the opening speech. This is the man standing. He was at that time at the Institute of Eskimology. And there are representatives from the Canadian and Greenlandic delegations. So, Akaluk, do you want to share anything from what you see on the photo?
I see that we have Minarik, the old radio commentator in the old days in Canada. And then I can see the former member of the ICC executive from 1980 to 86, Lars Chemnitz, right over there after Robert Peterson. So Lars Chemnitz was chair of the Land Council, and I had the opportunity to sit with him for 6 years. He couldn't speak English, so I was the interpreter for him. And we were both, he was chairman of a right-wing party, and I was chairman of a left-wing party. But we came along, and we had wonderful cooperation for 6 years. That's how it is important to set aside what you are doing at home when you are working internationally. So
Yes,
I
thank you.
thank him very much.
Yeah, thank you, Akaluk. And there is this next photo, and there is the representatives from the Sami delegation who were
Yes.
from Norway, Sweden, and Finland. Marit, do you recognize anyone there?
Ingvar Oren.
Yeah, Marit,
sorry.
if you want to comment anything what you see on the photo. You are. Oh, you have a microphone.
Hello, do you hear? Yeah. This is Oren at the first, and the second, I can't see him. And the next is, I can't see the
Ingvar.
face. And the third one is, he was a very good singer, and he's from he's from the Skuld Sami, from Finnish side area, and a lot of hair. I don't know who that is. Yeah.
There will be more photos. So there is a part of the Sami delegation. And there is more of the Sami delegation, and here is Ole Henrik Magga, who later became also the first president of the Sami parliament in Norway and the chairperson of the permanent forum. Per Mikael, what else do you see in the photo, or does it bring any memories that you want to share?
One important person is the man in the middle, Aslak Nils Sara. He was elected as a member of the planning committee after the conference, and he worked also in the World Council of Indigenous Peoples. Mm-hmm. And he was director of the Sami Institute in Kautokeino.
Mm.
Yes, an important person to remember, Aslak Nils Sara. And there are representatives of the Canadian Inuit delegation. I recognize this is at a distance, but Puyo, does this wake any memories for you?
Inuit Tapahati was, it's the first chair of the Inuit Tapahati was Tarak Curley, and he was there. And Juicy Kusugak are also there. So we have a good mixture with Greenlanders, these two.
Yeah. So we also heard the mention from Lisa earlier about this Canadian leader, Takak, who was central in this conference. And here is also representatives of the Canadian Indian delegation. And I know that there was a person of James Vashi who was very central in initiating this idea and also gave an opening speech. Do anyone of you remember anything from the opening speech or anything about the people you see in the photo? Puyo?
It is the time, it is much debate about languages. And because that time, in 1973, we in Greenland have a new orthography, which has been discussed for about 20 years. And it was orthography to be used by everybody by law. So it's now, there's a lot of debate about the language and orthography. This also is so noticed by Canadian Inuit and Alaska.
Mm. So the languages were also discussed back in '73. Any other reflections on the Indian delegation here, recognizing that no, it's not your peoples, but Akaluk?
I can recognize James Washi. He was from the National Indian Brotherhood. That's how they called themselves at that time. And we had Joe McCarthy, the Métis and non-status Indian representatives. The two of them, we met, and Josie Kusuwa and Taka Curley. There was another conference taking place in 73, namely in Le Havre, France, where the professor, French professor
Jean
Mallory was arranging. So what happened was that on the return, we invited James Wasey and Joe McCarthy to join us, and we talked to Josie Kusuwa and Taka Curley already that we wanted to organize an international meeting in Copenhagen. So we drove by car home from Le Havre back to Copenhagen, where we met with the Norwegian professor who was chair of the
Kleivan.
INGIA, the Indigenous Work Group on Indigenous Issues, right?
Yeah.
So it was there the idea of starting, here's a pick to organize the meeting in 73. So the whole thing started in France.
Yeah, and with Arctic oil and gas development
And I couldn't even speak English, so...
Yeah, we need to rush through the photos, but Per Mikael have some reflections.
These two are elected members of the Sami committee in Finland, which was elected in 72, and Pekka Aikio, the man to the left, was the leader of it, and later on it became the Sami parliament in Finland, and we got parliaments in Norway and Sweden too. But these two guys were the first.
Yeah, but yes, very good. And this is a familiar face, Puyo.
Yeah.
So as you see, it's Puyo in the middle, and the Greenland delegation, Lars Chemnitz and Christian Bertelsen. And there are also these, Anga Molrotak was mentioned earlier, and this Jørgen Hetling and Tue Christensen, so they were also delegates there. And there is also, what is amazing with this nowadays is that they are smoking the pipe in the meeting. And I saw other people smoking in those pictures. But here is Thomas Kramer, who was a Sami ombudsman, and Per Idivuoma. Anything to share about these guys? Not at this point. And here is a breakout group discussion. Yeah. Marit Sara, you had a comment? Can you say your comment aloud? You have a microphone there on the floor.
I'm standing to the right.
Well, I see a lot of Gutta boys, and there's Knut Johnsen, and Jon Trygve Solbakk, and well, yeah. I can't see the faces. So.
Yeah, and
do you know?
Per Mikael is there. But I think what Marit Sara's first comment was that this is a Gutta boys, and I think that's also something to remark, that it was very little women representation in the 73 meeting, and I think that has been changing. So, but Marit Sara was there. And here is a close-up photo of Taka Curley with his son.
Curley, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Taka Curley.
Yeah.
So we have chance to get him to Greenlandic House and talk to young people in Copenhagen.
So he went there to also speak with young people. He was the president of Inuit Tappirisat of Canada. And here is some journalists in work. Rosalie Tisia, Wuntat Gwitchin First Nation, interviewed by a Danish author. Is that anybody you know? No? and Akanuk
I
from the
know
Young
him.
Greenlanders Council, interviewed by a Sami radio journalist, Mailis Skalche. What was the interview about?
Well,
Hjalmar is laughing.
I can't remember, but had been in touch with the Sami people through an invitation to meet Paulus Utsi, who's I'm a writer as well, and we had a meeting up in Yakmak, and that's what I think we are discussing the issues between Greenland and the Samis, how we could organize, because we were not as an NGO organized yet, so that was the issues.
Yes. So you had been to Sápmi already, that's interesting. And here is also a picture of Tagak Curly. And this is the funder of, co-founder of IVGIA, who was also one of the initiative, behind the initiative, Helge Kleivan, who was then, in IVGIA. And there, I think, is one more photo, which is of Henriette Rasmussen, Greenland. And was she part of the delegation, Puyo?
The time we had, we tried the very first to have a simultaneous translation. And we are 5. Myself, Henrietta, Suzu Heinrich, and Mark Kleist. We had this, and they are on the simultaneous translation the first time.
Yeah, that's something that was noted in Sami newspaper afterwards, that there was a simultaneous interpretation going on, and Henriette was interpreting it together with others. So that was a great development as well, and they were sitting in booths working with the translation. And here is Puyo again and Robert Peterson, both from the Institute of Eskimology. He has had a haircut since. Puyo, we need to conclude this session, but any comments?
Some of the women's delegates were asking some people, who is the Negro who is sitting there?
You were taken for a Negro. Yeah, but that is Puyo in his young days. I think that was that is the last photo of the full circle. And sorry, it went 3 minutes over what I thought was my time. But I will transfer to Sam Alexander to continue the conversation. And that was the end of the photo show. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will speak English. So it's funny to think that that is how we will look in 50 years. There's photos being taken today also. And I also, while we are getting organized to have a moderated armchair conversation, moderated by Sam Alexander, wanted to mention that Helge Kleivan's wife, Inge Kleivan, was also a researcher and wrote a research article about the Arctic Peoples Conference 1973. And many things can be learned from reading the article. One thing that caught my attention was that Inna Henriette Rasmussen, that we saw on the picture, who had been an interpreter, had intervened in the meeting, saying that there were not enough women in the delegations. And the Greenlandic Women's Associations was there, but they had not supported her. So I think there are a lot of issues that are similar, but I'm also very happy to say that we are more women here today, 50 years after, than there was in 1973. But the Ganna, Sam?
Okay, can we hear? There we go. It's a special treat, you know, it's a really incredible thing to be able to sit with your elders and talk with them. You know, every time we have an opportunity to sit with our elders and learn from them and hear their stories, it is a special thing. I'm really fortunate. My parents, they're still around, elderly. My father is a first language speaker of Gwich'in, and so I get to hear his stories. And it is a special thing, and so I really appreciate the panelists being here, and we get to hear your stories and learn from you. So Masi Cho for that. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at each other and talk here. And I got a couple questions, and I'll go around, and if you have thoughts on it, you can share your thoughts. If you don't want to share thoughts and you want to wait till the next question, we can do that too. So don't feel obliged to answer, and just share what you think. So the kind of the first question I would ask, and we'll start over here with Puyo, is why did you gather at that time? What brought you there?
But 1923 is 20 years of Greenland's called the part of Denmark from being from colony, and that was 20 years ago. So the debate about this is also started. How much do we have to say in the local in the municipalities, Greenland Parliament, and others? How do we have, and what do we do with human rights, and which rights do we have? These are the things we are starting to deal with.
Piers Mikkel.
I don't think we knew so much about this preparation of the conference. We had a hint the year before when we read in the Swedish newspapers that George Manuel had visited Stockholm in an international conference and went to meet Sami people in Kiruna. And this was news in newspapers. But I was in the chair of the Sami Council, and I don't remember that we got this information or this contact to the Sami Council. But we were although well prepared to attend the conference when the invitation came.
The political background concerning Greenland in the time is that a year before, the Greenlandic people, in a plebiscite about membership of Denmark's membership in the European Union, in October 1972, the majority of the voters in Greenland rejected the idea of becoming member of the European Union. So this was the first democratic expression taken by Greenlandic people in this particular case. And it was the start of asking that the state, the government of Denmark, cannot just do what they want, and they have to count on the Greenlandic population's opinion on this issue. So I think that this historical thing really happened very fast for us. And for me personally, I only woke up that the indigenous world is there when I met Josie Kusua and Taka Curley in Le Havre, right? And it was kissing time, and it still is. But earlier on, I have been up in Yakmak at meeting and reading my poems together with the famous Paolo Suzzi, and I was very impressed of the way the young Samis were organizing and telling me their personal acceptance as being the one they are. And for us that have been starting in Copenhagen, and sometimes it was difficult for us to speak on the issues that we started on in '73. This is the human rights issue, and this is the other nations majoritizing smaller people, So it was an awakening to go both to Le Havre and Yakmak. But I had already known that we were part of a greater world when 1958, the Inuit, a selected group of Inuit of Canada was brought to Greenland. And one of them, a few of them were from the Kuujjuaq area, and others from various areas, and even long-time member of ICC executive Dwayne Smith's grandfather was visiting my house, our house, way back in '58. So that's how things develop, and when you first have it in your heart, it never leaves you. I hope for the young people that it would be like that.
Okay. I was 26 years old and student at the University in Oslo, because when I was at the school, elementary school, my language was forbidden. So the only place where to learn how to read and write my own language was in Altaisk Institute in Oslo. So it was a very short way from Oslo to Copenhagen to join the meeting. It was a short way to go. And this time, as you say, it was an early beginning of organizing the indigenous people. When we gathered in Copenhagen in 1973 for the roundtable conversation, we knew that there is a need at international level to start with organizing the indigenous people to be able to find solutions for our common challenges and problems. And as you know, it all started at Christiansborg in Copenhagen, November '73, and we were gathered for 4 days. And I have kept the documents and newspapers and articles from this roundtable meeting. Indigenous from Arctic, Canada, Alaska, and Greenland, and Samis came from Samis. We were coming from 3 different land, like Norwegian, Swedish, and Finnish side of Sápmi. And we gathered, and it was a big achievement and historical moment. Indigenous people from the wide and faraway areas in Arctic came together to start with politician conversation about land rights and how we can secure and protect our territories and our territorial rich resources. And we had topics like this: unique property right to our regions and to protect the natural resources. And during these days, we achieved to have conversations about our indigenous collective perspective. And a year later, in 1974, the World Council of Indigenous Peoples was established, and the founder was late Chief George Manuel in Canada. At opening of the first International Arctic Peoples Conference in Copenhagen, Angmal Ortuk Olsen, he read a letter from George Manuel, President of the National Indian Brotherhood in Canada, who extended his heartfelt wishes for a fruitful conversation and native Arctic peoples. And a year after, World Council of Indigenous People was established. May I say something more? In Sápmi, we faced during 1970s a politician turning point. At Fosen Jarka nowadays, Fosen Peninsula, the Norwegian authorities were planning Nordic biggest shooting field in a traditional reindeer area. And in Finnmark County, where I come from, the Battle of Alta started. And like my friend here, he came to support us. And we met outside the Norwegian Parliament, where we had our big Sami tent, family tent. And I gave him the newspaper which we started, Charter 79. And that was because the newspaper, it was only the first days that they wrote about it. So I took some of the men with me, and I went to make our own newspaper, like a white book. So for next year to come, that people could read what really happened. And also you brought good words supporting the Samis outside that. Thank you. And I will continue a little more. From Alta, Alta's battle was construction of hydroelectric power plant in Alta Kautokeino, Gautokeino River, and it's up north in the middle of the center of the Sami areas. And it was the most far-reaching conflicts in Norwegian history. And the Samis and non-Samis started to mobilize against the Norwegian parliament and government. And I was the one that I got the most biggest payment, because when I was arrested 3 times, about 30,000 Norwegian crowns at that day. But we knew that it is our responsibility both to organize ourselves and to keep in touch with other indigenous tribes or peoples. And at Copenhagen, we left this meeting with a new hope, and we knew that this is the beginning of organizing the hunters and the nomads in the Arctic. And after 50 years, I can say that this was just an important gathering and the first milestone to organize the indigenous people in the Arctic region. We must remember and tell the Sami society about the history and the Sami politician organizing about the resolutions and decisions we made, so we can achieve the basic rights, and that we have such a good focus and willingness to protect our territorium and our people.
Thank you. And so, when I listen here, I hear what some of the, the issues were facing the group, and each different group came in with the issues at hand. For the people from Greenland, it was an issue of having a voice within decisions being made for Greenland. And for the Sami, I hear, issues as it came to, again, having a voice when it came to the rights on the homeland and the impacts that the government would have regarding any type of development on the land. And so one of the things I was kind of considering as I was listening to these stories is we all come from pretty different places, if you will, in many ways the same, but at this very first gathering, I have to ask, how is it that you were able to achieve consensus on the issues in front of you? How did you go about, and I think this is an important question, especially for our youth here, to understand the actual inner workings. What were the actual conversations and how did you behave in a way that was you were able to achieve consensus with groups outside of your own immediate group?
In around the beginning of the 70s, there's a awakening around young Greenlanders in Denmark. They are going to use their freedom openly now, instead of they have been to kind of they are like they started new ways of freedom, like on the music in Greenlandic, in the Greenlandic way of doing anything, and it's open for not for Denmark only, it's also for all over what is happening in Greenland, and they are trying to research how is our history, because our history has been for Greenlandic history in the school. It's only four pages. About spread of it is the Danish way of doing the history.
What was your question?
So the question is, how were you able to achieve consensus as you had all these different groups that met together? How did the conversations go, and in what ways, maybe what strategies did you use to get agreement and seek agreement amongst everyone?
I think I remember two things from this conference. It's the picture of the round table. We had it at our office. I saw it daily in some institute. So it reminded me about the cooperation. But the best memories I have from the 2 days, 2 nights and evenings when we sat together and talked to each other and heard that people from all the Arctic had the same experiences and the same expectations. And in the background we had this nice chorus singing from the Greenlanders. So that's the best memories, and I think it's important today to meet people from other regions to get support from.
Aklu?
Yeah, I think it's important to understand that it was another time, and it was all things were in its infancy, and it was difficult for the Greenlanders. The Greenlandic delegation had their own attitudes because the Land Council was just it wasn't a parliament at all. So it has an advisory role in the Danish government. So it was hard for young people to get the understanding from the elders in Greenland. And that's why we invited most of them to be with us, because they have never tried that kind of organization like NGOs, and they have never heard about international cooperation. And remember, we were a closed nation for the rest of the world until 1953. And then, unfortunately, the booze or the drinking started in '54. But this is how things developed, and it was the idea that thousands of young people sent to Greenland, from Greenland to Denmark to study would return naturally. That never happened. That's why we have 20,000 Inuit living in Denmark now. So it was difficult for us to talk about our nationality, our perception of who we are. Isn't that right? But I think that most of you that were there, you taught us how to talk. You taught us how to have a dialogue with governments. You taught us how to have a dialogue with the public and how they understood the situation. And during that time, it was in the height of the Vietnam War. And, lots of things were changing, like today. Yeah, and the Cold War was in its highest. So that's why I don't think that we discussed a lot about half of the Arctic that were not present. It was difficult for us because we didn't have the connection to Soviet Union during the time. But we soon started right after. And both the Samis and us Inuit tried to get in touch with our Soviet counterparts. So that was the 73 meeting started everything. And I think that during the next 20 years, we had great influence in the indigenous movement around the world, especially when we started to meet 1982 in the Human Rights Commission at the United Nations in Geneva. That's where we found out that, we are part of the world and we have a role to play in the United Nations. It was fun. It was also wonderful to see the famous Indians. I mean, that we knew that from the Western cowboy films about Indians, and then you go to Geneva and you meet the rest of the world with all their colors, their traditional clothes and everything. And we saw a lot of other Indians down south from South America. It was wonderful. It was what a big world we were living in, and what a small world the white people were living in. Very small. And we were all living in areas in the world where we had contact to the environment, and we had the closeness to nature that all the others never understood. So I think the way also when we worked with the Arctic Council later on, that the Arctic place and the Arctic Council could finally understand what the Arctic is all about. Without us, in the Arctic, without the Arctic peoples, there's no Arctic dialogue. So we have. So I'm a little nervous about today that we also miss half of the Arctic. We have hard work to do in front of us. We have to work with the individuals that we know all over, and if a government says that you cannot contact this organization. Okay, but we have personal contacts. Keep them, especially with Russia today. It is important that half of the Arctic are with us, or that we have at least a dialogue going on. There, we need diplomats. Arctic Council has had a very big trouble in trying to navigate in this. I hope that the Arctic peoples' representatives, the indigenous peoples, will show the governments how to do it. We need that human contact. It is important that we oppose any war that divides us. So we have much to talk about the next 50 years as well. Mhm.
These gentlemen, they have explained that very clearly. So, like when I was here yesterday to listen to your speak here, not of the hunters and about the language. So it was very familiar to me, all the problems, because we experienced just the same in our areas. Like us, we were in 4 different countries, the Sami people, and so we had at that time 10 different Sami languages and 50 dialects. And nowadays, all this is on UNESCO's red list. So, well, that's a lot for us to do, but still we are working hard. And I heard yesterday your discussion how to bring back your language and your culture and your rights to the land and air. So that's very important. So thank you for.
Thank you. A few of the comments that I heard, one of them that really, well, 2 of them that's, kind of jump out to me personally. One is that, a lot of the work that's done is done before we get to this table here, and it's not done actually at the table. That's just when we're going through the formalities. So for our youth delegates to know that a lot of the work is the relationship building that occurs when you're going for a walk, or you're going to have a meal together, or you're breaking and grabbing some coffee, or going outside to get some fresh air. And so a lot of work is done during that time. The other piece is that we do learn a lot from each other. We do learn a lot from each other. When I first came on to Gwich'in Council International, Jimmy Stotts from ICC, pulled a few of us that were new aside, and he said, "Hey, this is kind of how this organization, this is how the Arctic Council runs, and let me kind of walk you through how we do the work that we do here." And that type of mentorship, it doesn't just have to come from the group that you come from, but oftentimes it comes from other groups as well, and we learn quite a bit from each other and take a lot of direction from each other as well. And so it's not that we're just coming only to represent ourselves and our own interests, but we come also to learn from each other and how do we behave on the international stage. And I think it's very important. That's a foundational work that was done in that 1973. Kind of moving on. So the question I want to ask now, and we'll start over here with you, and we'll go around, is looking back now from that 1973 meeting, how do you feel about what was achieved? Were you able to achieve, or was the achievements what you wanted from that 1973? I guess a little bit of a reflection on 1973. Actually, we'll start over here because you're ready to go, Puya. So from 1973 to now, did you achieve what you wanted from that meeting, and what does it look like?
I can say that we had part of the meeting South Africa on the sustainable development. At that time, we were indigenous representatives, but never really take attention to us. So we started negotiate with one sentence, which we negotiate with all the other indigenous peoples. That's Inuit and Sami. We said we reaffirm the vital role of indigenous peoples in sustainable development. And we had to, about 3 weeks to negotiate it, and we succeeded. And it depends all the South Africa, South America, Asia, indigenous peoples felt lifted about that we can do that.
Merci.
Well, I think after this conference happened a lot of organizations issues and political issues which made it possible for us to be a part of the world. 2 years later, we had established the World Council of Indigenous Peoples. We had these conferences a lot of years, and as Akaluk said, we had got contact with the UN, and we established a permanent forum in 2002, and our issues are now under UN's protection, and I think it has happened a lot.
Akaluk?
The question
is, since 1973, how do you feel that were you able to achieve the aims of that 1973 meeting, or otherwise?
Well, I think that the 73 meeting now, I saw it myself and I was there, that it was the most important thing that happened, especially to introduce the Arctic peoples, indigenous peoples together, was a good thing. We started from there to discuss the issues about forming a World Council of Indigenous Peoples. And we got in contact with George Manuel of British Columbia. And we ended up there in 1975 in Port Alberni, a former school, Indian school. And 14 nations was there. And that's where we finally met Alaskans. 1975. It was also in November. And that's where Puyo and I met Billy Niakok of Alaska. And the interesting thing for us was that we have never driven a car. So here you have an Inuk from Alaska driving a car. It was just out of my mind. But he was representing Mayor Eben Hobson of Barrow, or Ukreafik, North Borough. And that's where the conversation started. And right after we also understood that Inuit as people have to get together. So that's how that developed. So in 77, the North Borough arranged the Inuit Circle Block Council, first one in 77. So, and then things went fast, and we became member of the United Nations Category 2 membership, which means that we can speak in many levels, and that was good. And I think the discussions in the United Nations were changed in a way that they were much more concerned about what we could do in the Arctic without the government's knowledge. But we wanted to have a dialogue with them, so that's how we went. First, it was the 1991 Rovaniemi Declaration. Is that right? We had the 1991 Rovaniemi Declaration that was preceded the decision to form Arctic Council. And ICC had itself already asked that we form this Arctic Council. So it took us a while, and in 1991 meeting, we were thrown out of the meeting, and I was not allowed to speak on behalf of our President, Mary Simon. But we kept knocking on, and that's how it developed well. Then in 1991, after that year, in 1990, the Sami and the Inuit were invited to Moscow in 1991, and the indigenous peoples of Russia, which counted 29 nations, they formed the Russian Association of Indigenous Peoples of the North. So that's how, and that organization was formed in the way that ICC was organized. So we went there, and that summer we invited their leaders to come, and this was the first time a Russian NGO went to Copenhagen to meet with us. So the first Arctic the Arctic Leaders Conference also took place in 1991 in Copenhagen. George, I don't know, do you have a comment on that? I don't know if you allow.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, I got it.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. My name is George Edwardson, and I was there when they took Eben's budget to start the first meeting in ICC in 1978. And what we were looking at that time was the Arctic Ocean was our land base. We used that for hunting on, living on, traveling on. Canada even had people with a village on the main polar ice. So when you look at it, the Arctic Ocean was our land base. And this is the 7th time in history the ice is going to all melt. It's not the first time, it's the 7th time. And when it melts, North Pole replaces itself with South Pole. It's doing that right now. When I was a kid, before I was 10, the magnetic north and the true north were less than 70 miles apart. Today, the magnetic north is in Canada. It's in the middle of one of your islands. And we were looking at being invaded by the big countries. We were less than 10,000 people that time in '78. and we needed help, so we looked over toward Canada and Greenland and found the people who called themselves Utukkarmio, the people from the old place. Utukak is 84 miles south of Wainwright, Alaska. That's where Utukak is. You came from there, all of you did. So did I, living in the northern part of Alaska.
That's true.
And when you look at it, the first British boat that came never came ashore. They were scared to. The only way they could come and travel around the world was with an 8-pound cannon in front of their boats. When that cannon, the maximum distance they could shoot was 5 miles. So Russia claimed 5 miles north of the PYK, Porcupine, Yukon, Kuskokwim. They never went north. Kotzebue had an Angatkok that held them back. We wiped out 38,000 Russians. A few years later, another 72,000, and we never saw them in our part of the world. And we had an elders conference that started from the first page of the Bible, and they went backwards. And they went backwards to a point where the ocean was molten lava. That's how long we've been living on this land. We let you go into Canada and Greenland less than 13,000 years ago. Carbon dated by the Canadian federal government, carbon dated by the US government. They never passed 13,000 years because before that, they were my relatives. That woman was my relative. Sidzarin was her name. And when I went into Canada, Greenland, and around, that's when I learned who that person was. She became pregnant before she went from Wainwright to Canada. I could go on, but I'll let you continue with your but you are not covering it if you don't let the Elders Conference speak. And the Elders Conference we had came from Canada and Alaska and Siberia.
You are right. I happened to, together with Puyo, to attend the Elders Conference in 1978. Thank you for your comments, George.
Okay. So we're going to go with the last question, and I'd like you to start over here. The question is, where do we go from here? What would you like to see achieved in these next 50 years? What would you like to see achieved?
Well, if you look back, I'm proud of what we achieved at that time. But there are still many difficult ongoing processes. The same issue and topics we talked about, there hasn't been development of, as we expected, regarding land rights and better living conditions. The traditional areas are not having the development we as expected. The traditional areas are facing the race to the Arctic. All those big international companies who are willing to pay us money so we can allow them to expropriate our traditional areas. We are still dealing with many difficult issues. Young people are suffering with mental health problems, and suicides are high in many regions in Arctic. The daily race is difficult for many Sami children in suburban areas and cities. So Did we achieve what we had expected? Can I say anything about that, Eller? Or
Please, go ahead.
no? Okay. So this is a difficult question, but because of the indigenous people in Arctic, we do live in huge areas, but we have many common issues and challenges. We have managed to organize ourselves by having permanent participant status at Arctic Council and ICC, Inuit Circumpolar Council, and Sami Council are strong organizations. As at the community level, in traditional areas, there might be an invisibility about what the people to expect from us and how we can manage to strengthen the community-based livelihood, including traditions and traditional knowledge.
Masicho. We'll continue around. Carl? And the question is, in the next 50 years, what do you like to see achieved?
Unfortunately, we are in a very bad political situation around the world. And I haven't seen that situation before. In the 50 years, that kind of conflict is becoming bigger and bigger. The environment degradation, the climate and the weather systems changing so fast that everyone is looking at it. And then the issues about our food and what we eat and how much of that is polluted. We are right now in Greenland talking about PFA. Yes, this terrible thing. And we are looking at the situation in East Greenland, where we are looking at people, our own people, that have too much in their blood, in their systems, of various chemical stuff. It is in every single part of the animals that we eat, except for small fish. So yes, I'm worried. We have to do something about it. It's not our fault. It's the rest of the world. And as long as we keep the Russians out of the Arctic Council, we would never address their part of the big problem, which is that everything is coming down the East Greenland. It's from Russia. That pollution of our food should be addressed in the United Nations as ecocide, or whatever we can call it, because it's preventing me to eat my food. That's why we have to do something about it. The big political partners, the three, China, Russia, and United States, of course, we hope that the democratic institutions will continue also in United States. The political situation in the United States is also very problematic. For us that are in the middle of the whole thing, we will see a much bigger militarization. We will see one by one of the things that we have achieved being cut down. So we have to be strong, and we have to be dedicated to do the work, not come back to your countries and have a talk with people that don't understand us. But let's have a situation where all of us understand it. In Greenland,
we need to debate and discuss very, very intensively that we need to do something about all that pollution and that affects our bodies and health, that affects our hunting animals. All that pollution that comes from the big states, it is our responsibility to speak out and to cry for stop polluting nature. And I think Arctic Council should be, and we also said that, and we started the collaboration there in Arctic Council. But the rest of the world should also be aware of these things, because the challenges are not only one. It's not only climate change, but also pollution and whatever. It's not only the hunters that are threatened on their health. It is us, all of us who are affected of it. We need to fight for these things. We need to cry and shout out and please stop polluting environment. We have to say that also in UN, and that should be a very, very important demand from Arctic peoples.
Cooperation that have been with us in the Arctic Council, among the indigenous peoples, and with the scientists, is gone now. It's now the victim of the same forces that have prevented the indigenous peoples of their rights and possibilities to form their own future. Now we don't have normal relations to Russia anymore. We, the Inuit and the Sami, are prevented to continue their cooperation with our kinsmen from Russian Arctic and the many indigenous peoples of Russia. The struggle we started 50 years ago have reached another era. It is important that we keep our personal contacts, but how the contacts between organizations continue, it is impossible to see. We cannot accept that the Arctic people today are standing where we are, like we did for 50 years ago. Our fight for survival is not only decided by political events, but it may well be decided by nature's own forces. With climate and environment degradation in the world, if we don't listen to the people, to the Arctic people's voice. Sorry.
Can you just to the issue of the Russian part. We Sami, we have 2,000 Samis living on the Russian side, and we can't see them, or we can't. We could call, but we have to be very. It's very difficult because we can't bring on questions that the Russians want to like, because people then will be arrested for 15 years. And as a fact is that we have war in Sapmi. Kola Peninsula is a part of Sapmi, our land. And what was happening in Russia now is that they go to the small Sami villages and they ask them to go to Ukraine as soldier, and they will get big money paid, they tell, and already now are in a small village 6 Sami boys who have been killed in Ukraine, and what happened, they didn't get the money themselves, but the parents are getting paid for that they were killed. But also those who come back, they will be looked as a hero, and well, in their society, that they have been out in the war but come back, and this in a way is a propaganda for the other small areas, that there is a chance that you are alive when you come back. So this is a very hard time for us to keep contact with Samis on the Russian side. So the cooperation we started in the 1980s after the border was opened. It's now closed. And we have personal contact with some of our people, and we can't visit them or help them in any way. Thank you.
Well, I think I will support Akaluk's and Marit's view. We have to try to find ways to cooperate with the indigenous peoples in Russia and to support the Arctic Council's work to protect our region.
Also support it, but I would like to say that we have a challenge now, because the indigenous peoples in the Arctic have a question or problem that is mental health. I think it's up to us, for all, to deal with mental health along our people, because not only young people, but also very spread question and sickness. So that might be dealt with traditional knowledge and others, so that they could easily deal with mental health. Thanks. Another thing I would like to say is it is important that all the communities in the Arctic have a problem with housing. And also that is a challenge for the work.
So, thank you for that. I think it's a testament to the love that we see here today, this lifelong commitment that we have here in front of us. And I'm really just in awe and humbled to be in your presence, to be among you, and to hear your stories. And I really want to say deep down inside, thank you for all of your work that you've done. So I hope everybody join me in giving a round of applause for this incredible panel that we have here today.
Brianna, thank you, Sam, and thank you, everyone participating in the armchair conversation. As Sam said, this has been an incredible honor to be in the privileged situation to be here in the room and listen to you and all of the knowledge and wisdom that you can pass on to us for our continued work for the same causes that you met for in 1973. Some of you might have noticed that there was one speaker on the program this morning that did not speak, and that was the representative of the government of Greenland, Mr. Aqalwaq B. Egede. We have been informed that he was unfortunately prevented due to the weather to arrive. So I am passing on here his regrets that he is not able to address our conference this morning. I do want to acknowledge the representatives of governments that are here with us. Iceland, Petur Asgeirsson is here, the senior Arctic official of Iceland, and the senior Arctic official of Sweden, Louise Calais. Thank you for being here. And the senior Arctic official of Norway, Ina Nygaard Mosin, whom we heard from earlier. We also have the new Consul General of the US, Monica Bland. I don't know you, we have not met, but I somehow caught you there, so I'm happy that I was correct. Welcome to Greenland, welcome to Inuit Nunat. And we also have the representative of Naalakkersuisut, Tove Søvndal Gant here, and Tove is also a state-selected member of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. Again, I mentioned earlier in Galatlisut, and I want to make sure that everybody also gets the interpreted version, that we are very much thankful and acknowledging the contributions, direct economic contributions for making this possible from the governments of Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and Iceland. And I know there has also been in-kind contributions from other states, from the Nordic Council of Ministers and the Pavanka Fund. With this, I will let our hungry stomachs speak and say that we have lunch in Sermermute, the cultural house next door. And we will convene again at 1 o'clock to continue this afternoon and hear more about what we then are doing on the different venues that we fought to get a seat at. And when we come back, the afternoon will be moderated by Aslak Holmberg. And I look forward to seeing you in a little hour's time. Røyana.
Okay, dear friends, it's time to continue with our program, so I hope you'll take your seats. So I hope everybody has had a good lunch and you are ready to follow the next segment of our Arctic Peoples Conference. So very warm welcome back, and I'll be taking care of you for the rest of today as your moderator. First of all, I'm announcing that this session is live streamed. So if you wish to get the link, then you can approach Kuluk here in the corner and get the link to share. So first on the agenda, we have a keynote speech by Sara Ulsvik on the enhanced participation of indigenous peoples in the United Nations. So I will ask your attention, please, and ask you to quiet down, people. Thank you very much. Kiitos.
Kiitos, Aslak. And I hope everybody had a chance to eat some of the wonderful lunch. Again, thank you so much to the municipality and the teams of voluntary citizens who are helping out this week. I can tell you who has not been to the dinner yet that we also have something to look forward to there, where the elders organizations are cooking our dinner, and it's just a wonderful thing. Okay. Already 100 years ago, indigenous peoples' representatives approached the League of Nations, which came prior to the United Nations that we know today. These were Haudenosaunee Teskahé, the Haudenosaunee Teskahé, and later, that was in 1923, in 1925, it was Maori representatives. They not only met a closed door, but also no understanding of why indigenous peoples would want to represent themselves among other nations and peoples. But as we know here in the Arctic, the desire and push to gain seats at negotiating tables and speak on our own behalf was strong. And indigenous peoples never since let go of the visions of being included in international and intergovernmental institutions and bodies representing themselves. After the UN was established, indigenous advocacy continued. And the UN itself gradually started to listen. In 1970, the UN Subcommission on Prevention of Discrimination Against and Protection of Minorities recommended a comprehensive study on the specific issue of discrimination against indigenous peoples. This study is seen as a turning point, and the special rapporteur who was assigned with the task bears a name we have heard many times since, Jose Martinez Cobo. Cobo's final reports were submitted in the years 1981 to 1984 and were among, if not the first, UN documents which since were referred to time and time again in discussions on, among other things, the definition of indigenous peoples. With his recommendations on the rights of indigenous peoples, Mr. Cobo delivered a much-needed focus on the elimination of discrimination against indigenous peoples based on generally recognized grounds and human rights principles. Cobo's report led to the establishment of the Working Group on Indigenous Populations under the Economic and Social Council in 1982. The working group was open to representatives of all indigenous peoples, communities, and organizations, And in 1985, the preparations for drafting a UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was initiated. Parallel to this development, indigenous peoples from around the world started to unite and organize their cooperation. The first Arctic Peoples Conference in 1973, which we are commemorating here today, played a role in this, as this meeting was the start of cooperation among Arctic indigenous peoples, as we have just heard. By the end of the 1970s, Inuit were organized under the Inuit Circumpolar Conference, as our organization was first called, and our ties and allyship was with other Arctic indigenous peoples through personal relations built through many, many meetings, but also more formally, organizations to organizations quickly grew strong. Back in the UN, we fast forward to 2007, when the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was endorsed by a vast majority of the UN member states. Through 25 years or more, detailed negotiations were conducted. And when I think of the stakes that were in it for indigenous peoples, I truly understand the passion and commitment I witnessed at some of the late meetings I was fortunate to attend before the end of these negotiations. Thank you, Akkaluk, for bringing me there. I vividly remember our leaders standing shoulder by shoulder, making it clear and passionately point out why the apostrophe was to be after the S in the word peoples. I watched in awe as they one by one spoke, and I felt the almost thick air in the room, from concentration and perseverance in maintaining the push for indigenous peoples to be recognized as peoples equal to all other peoples. As the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples approached its final version, the S and the apostrophe was in the right place. This is an example of how the little details make a big difference. A big difference in the inclusion of our fundamental and collective rights and our rights of self-determination as peoples. The Inuit Circumpolar Council was an integral part of these negotiations. Together with 5 other indigenous peoples organizations, ICC representatives pushed for the fundamental and in all ways instrumental recognition of indigenous peoples' right of self-determination. As far back as in 1983, Inuit participated in the UN represented tirelessly by, among others, our previous chair, Dr. Daly Sambodoro, whom we will hear more from later today. And in 1985, ICC took part in proposing the following text, which largely remained part of the final version of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And I quote, "All indigenous nations and peoples have the right to self-determination, by virtue of which they have the right to whatever degree of autonomy or self-government they choose. This includes the right to freely determine their political status, freely pursue their own economic, social, religious, and cultural development, and determine their own membership and/or citizenship without external interference." That was the original text tabled. Furthermore, ICC proposed principles that are today recognized as integral to indigenous people's rights, including the right of self-determination and self-identification. The principles laid out were as follows, and I quote, All indigenous peoples have the right to determine the person or group of persons who are included within its population. And each indigenous people has the right to determine the form of structure and authority of its institutions. End of quote. Throughout the negotiations on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, ICC maintained a focus on equality and non-discrimination as peremptory norms and demanded that the rights recognized through the declaration are not rights that are granted, but rights that are inherent. These are principles that we, together with many other indigenous peoples, continue to base our advocacy on. After the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was adopted by a majority of the states, that's 144 states in favor, 4 voted against, being Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the US, and 11 abstained from voting, including Russia. But after the endorsement, the push continued. Firstly, because 3 out of 8 Arctic states had not endorsed the UN Declaration. US and Canada later did. And secondly, because writing and agreeing on a declaration is one thing, but the actual implementation of the rights enshrined in it is a completely other thing. Today, we continue the push for the implementations of the rights we fought so hard to gain recognition of. 7 years after the adoption of the UN Declaration, the first World Conference on Indigenous Peoples was held in the UN to aim to share perspectives and best practices on the realization of the rights of indigenous peoples, including pursuing the objectives of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Prior to the 2014 World Conference, indigenous peoples once again demonstrated their power in uniting Sápmi. Here, representatives of the 7 socio-cultural regions indigenous peoples are organized in when engaging with the UN, met and negotiated an outcome document, the Alta Outcome Document. We, as an Arctic indigenous peoples, pushed for the inclusion of wording on enhancing our participation in the UN itself, seeing the UN as having been an important catalyst for the advancement of our rights, but also that the UN still was a forum for states not equally including our indigenous nations and peoples. After all, the UN Charter's preambular paragraph starts with "We the peoples," and the UN does stand for United Nations, but it doesn't include all peoples and nations. Therefore, the Alta Outcome Document, under its second theme, named UN System Action for the Implementation of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, included the paragraph, quote, "Pursuant to the universal application of the right of self-determination for all peoples, recommend that the UN recognize indigenous peoples and nations based on our original free existent, inherent sovereignty and the right of self-determination in international law. We call for, at a minimum, permanent observer status within the UN system, enabling our direct participation through our own governments and parliaments. Our own governments include, inter alia, our traditional councils and authorities." End of quote. It was based on this paragraph that the process of enhancing the participation of indigenous peoples in the UN was initiated, and indigenous peoples, here under the Sami Parliamentary Council, met once more to strategize on the advancement of this goal in Quito, Ecuador in 2020. The foundation was strong, drafted, adopted at the 2013 meeting in Alta, ended up being included in the UN resolution of the World Conference of Indigenous Peoples in 2014. That's an important detail and point. So at the meeting in 2020 in Quito, Indigenous peoples decided to establish the Indigenous Coordinating Body. Inuit Circumpolar Council, together with the Sami Parliamentary Council, are members of the Indigenous Coordinating Body, represented through the Arctic Caucus. And just last week, we held a meeting in the Indigenous Coordinating Body, advancing and strategizing the further development of the goal of enhancing Indigenous peoples' participation in the UN. And we took stock of the most recent development, preparing for the session of the expert mechanism on the rights of Indigenous peoples, which is going on right now these days in Geneva. With the hard and tireless work done through the Indigenous Coordinating Body, the UN is starting to zoom in on the question of enhancing the participation of Indigenous peoples. 3 outcomes of UN activities and from UN entities within the past year are important to note. The first is the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights report of the expert workshop held in Geneva in November last year, where Indigenous experts, together with state-selected experts, had in-depth discussion on 4 main aspects of enhancing the participation of Indigenous peoples in the UN. The 4 aspects are venues of participation, where our message is that all venues in the UN are relevant to us. The second is participation modalities. How do we then participate when we are not a state and we also want to be there not as NGOs? The third is accreditation criteria. How are we accredited if we obtain and reach the goal of the UN establishing a new distinct status for us? How are we then accredited? And the fourth is accreditation mechanism. Who takes the final decision on who is accredited? These 4 themes are being discussed as we speak, also in Geneva now. The summary report, second document that we have to note, is the summary report of the hearing with the President of the General Assembly held in New York in April during the UN Permanent Forum this year. And the third document we must note, and I look to our UN Permanent Forum member with a deep gratitude, is the report from the 22nd session of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. And we actually also, as I said, have a second UN Permanent Forum member here in attendance. So both Alugi and Tove Søvndal-Gant are members. Each of these documents include important wording in support of the advancement of a distinct status for Indigenous peoples' representative institutions, differentiating these from other accreditations, such as the accreditation as an NGO, which is the accreditation we have today, for example, in ICC, and have held for 40 years. The report from the hearing with the President of the General Assembly emphasizes that the status should reflect Indigenous peoples' right to self-determination and should not mirror NGOs, civil societies, observers, or states. So, dear friends, the road ahead might or will be long, but we are heading in a direction of greater recognition of Indigenous peoples and our representation through our own representative institutions in the UN. And with our own representative institutions, we mean our own governments, parliaments, or traditional councils. The Sami parliaments are a clear example of such representative institutions. Across Inuit Nunat, we have various representative institutions, but we do not have one body clearly defined as a representative institution that represents all Inuit. Greenland has its own government and parliament, as does Nunavut and other self-governing Inuit nations. In the years to come, it will be our task to further debate how and if we collectively want to be represented in the UN and as something else than an NGO. We must do the work to identify how and by whom we wish to be represented, and be ready if and when a distinct status for indigenous peoples' representative institutions is established. One thing is for sure: the push and advocacy for our participation in the UN and our use of our statuses with NGO accreditation has brought us a long way. Much has been achieved because we have succeeded in gathering, in preparing, in deliberating, and in writing down our common goals and principles, and presented them to the world. Developing and achieving a new distinct status in the UN will also take time and efforts, but as we have shown before, our perseverance and our ability to work together will get us there. I thank our good partners and allies who are here with us today, the other indigenous peoples' organizations, and others who have supported us. I especially want to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the states who have already clearly supported the cause of enhancing the participation of indigenous peoples in the UN. Finally, and hopefully recognizing our right to represent ourselves as equals. Igingutit, in conclusion, it is my great pleasure to leave this podium and floor to the next session and to our moderator, Aslat. The next session will be an armchair conversation between 6 of our representatives that participate and work hard in various international negotiations and forums, bringing our voices to the tables where we do not necessarily automatically have a seat. Each of these representatives and seats represent the years and years of hard work our peoples have done to be able to speak with our own voices in matters concerning us. And we have done so not only because of the principle of participation, but because we have substantial and important contribution that, in the end, result in stronger outcomes of these international forums and agreements and work made within them. The UN is stronger because of us, and we are strongest when we find common ground and stand shoulder by shoulder. Qoyanak.
Qoyanak, thank you, Kihtu, Sarah, for your keynote presentation. And you are almost still moderating. You kind of presented the next agenda item already, but I don't mind. It's my honor to introduce the next agenda item, which is esteemed panel or circle of active Arctic indigenous leaders. So as you know, we are active in many different arenas in the international political field. So let me invite to the stage, these people are so active, they have many titles, but I will only read one title per each, so you can read the full list in the program. So please join us at the circle Chief Gary Harrison, who is the International Chair of the Arctic Athabascan Council. Also Aluki Kotierk, who is a member of the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. Gunn-Britt Retter, who is already a familiar face for you from today, who is the head of the Arctic and Environmental Unit of the Sami Council. And Silje Karine Muotka, who is the president of the Sami Parliament in Norway. And Lisa Koper-Kueluk, who is the ICC vice chair. And Harry Brower Jr., who is the North Slope Borough Mayor. Nicole Waszczewski will be coming in his stead. He was not able to join us, so please welcome Nicole. And I will hand over the moderation of this session to Yvonne Peter, who is a board member of the Kitchen Council International. Welcome.
Well, welcome back from lunch, everybody. I'm happy to have a chair. That would have been awkward to stand for the entire conversation. It's really a pleasure to be able to moderate this conversation. You know, this morning, getting to hear from some of our elders talk about this journey of the work that our peoples have been through to advocate for our indigenous nationhood and nation building and our advocacy for our rights to self-determination, both within our own nations, but then also the significance and importance of us advocating within international forum. I'm especially pleased that we have our young people here with us, listening to some of these conversations and getting to understand some of the history. As Sarah and others have alluded to, and even some of the faces that I see around the table here today, I remember when we were younger, some 20 plus years ago, being involved in these efforts, advocating for the rights of our peoples, and the elders bringing us along and explaining to us why the peoples, why is that important? Why is the collective rights of our people critical for us to be thinking about and being aware of as we push forward an understanding of really the history of injustice that had affected our people and how we move forward on a path towards self-determination and dignity on behalf of our communities and peoples and the lands which we have stewarded for thousands of years. And so it's really an honor to get to be here today to facilitate some of the conversation. And we heard quite a bit of it this morning already and in the wonderful keynote presentation before the panel of some of this advocacy and results, in particular within the United Nations that was discussed. But as we know, we've needed to be involved in almost every forum that's been developed to address issues that affect our lands, resources, and ways of life as Indigenous peoples. So it's a pleasure to have you all here as panelists to get to share some of your thoughts and your experiences as you've advocated and served our communities and peoples within these forums. So thank you all for being here as a part of the conversation today. And so I've put together just 3 questions, which I'll put it to each of you one at a time. And I know maybe you've prepared a few thoughts in the particular area that you have experience in. So feel free to also share that as I open up the questions. And so the first question that I'd like to ask of you as panelists is, from your perspective, what are a few of the achievements that we've managed to achieve within the forums that you have experience in, and an update on what our status is within those particular forums? So I think I'll hand it first to Gunbrid, and maybe we'll just go around in the circle.
Okay, thank you. I was introduced as head of the Arctic and Environmental Unit of Sami Council, but I guess the idea of me being here in this conversation is because I'm presently the Arctic representative to what we call, under the Climate Convention, the facilitative working group of the local communities and indigenous peoples platform. And exactly that this platform exists in itself, I think, is one of the achievements or milestones internationally within the UNFCCC on the climate negotiations. So this was established with the need for a platform was established with the Paris Agreement back in COP21 in 2021. And the name of it came later, and the decision of actually establishing it was taken in 2018. So this and the facilitative working group, which is kind of a body of 14 experts. It's in the same model as a permanent forum. So there is 7 indigenous peoples representatives from representing the what we call the 7 socio-cultural regions, and then there are 7 experts nominated by parties after a certain key or a certain definition on who should be there. So I think this platform in itself is an achievement. And I want to also mention that I'm a Sami person and I'm now the Arctic representative. This is the second cohort. We have a 3-year term, so I started in 2022 and my term ends in 2025. But the first Arctic representative was an Inuk woman who was a Daily Sambodoro. So she took on to be the first one to actually also be there to establish the format of how this facilitative working group will operate and work. Unfortunately, their term was a bit limited by the pandemic. So, but I feel very much that we are now kind of the first cohort after the establishment, that the first round have kind of made the rules and made kind of the work plans. We are now working on the second work plan. And I have to conclude this round of questions, I think, with that it's the facilitative working group of the LCIP, or the Local Community and Indigenous Peoples Platform, is a constituted body under the Climate Convention. So it's not just a random caucus or a group, but it's a formal part of the Climate Convention, and the work is funded fully by the Climate Convention. And maybe I can even briefly just say the mandate of the group, because I like the audience to hear what we are there for and present what this body has, so you can help think of the potential that this body have. So the platform has been established to strengthen the knowledge, technologies, practices, and efforts of local communities and indigenous peoples related to addressing and responding to climate change, to facilitate the exchange of experience and the sharing of best practices and lessons learned on mitigation and adaptation in a holistic and integrated manner, and to enhance the engagement of local communities and indigenous peoples in the UNFCCC process. So that's our mandate. So it will take more than 3 years to address that. So I guess that's my first round. Thanks.
Thank you, Gunn-Britt. And Chief Gary.
Willie Jan, good afternoon, and thank you for having me on this panel. That question brings a lot of things to my mind, and seeing how she started off with the COP, during the formation of this platform, I happened to be asked to go to one of the committee meetings with the states. And I put forth that instead of the platform, that they should have it more like the Arctic Council, where the indigenous peoples sit with the governments there rather than a separate platform. However, they didn't take that advice. And now we have the platform, which is okay, but I think that it would still be better if we were sitting at the table with the governments. Also, when we were discussing the declaration, the draft declaration on Indigenous peoples' rights, which later became the declaration, they were talking about forming the permanent forum. And they asked me, they says, what do you think about the permanent forum? I says, well, I don't like it. They were like looking at me like, why? I says, well, because I think that at some point in time, I think we should be getting out of this and become like the rest of the governments and it shouldn't be permanent. So some people, they thought that was all right. Others, they just didn't understand it. Some people today still might not understand it. But I still think that we should be sitting with other governments. And they say, well, you don't have the resources. Well, it's not our fault that our resources have been taken by the colonial governments. And it also brings me to a point of when it comes to the Arctic at the Permanent Forum, I also thought that all of the indigenous peoples here at the Arctic Council should be in the Arctic, which I was met with well, some people didn't like that idea, and I won't point them out, I don't want to, but I think that it does bring up the opportunity for me to speak that maybe the rest of us at the Arctic Council should be in the Arctic at the Permanent Forum. One of the reasons I say that is because if you look at all the other areas or regions, they have hundreds of peoples in them, whereas the Arctic has 3. And it would be much easier for us to, instead of speaking in the Pacific or North America, to speak at the Arctic. And it would be easier for us to get our messages across. And maybe at this meeting here, some people can maybe agree with that, and maybe we'll be in the Arctic at the Permanent Forum coming up. I have spoke at the Arctic at the Permanent Forum, and they let me speak. So I was happy about that. And it makes it easier for us to get a possible response from the government, because as most people know, it's they try and take the messages of the indigenous people to the other governments so that they can maybe do something about it. And when you're in competition with hundreds of others to try and get this message across, it doesn't get there. And also one of the things that I've also talked about there was decolonization. And I was also told that the Permanent Forum will never put forth a recommendation for decolonization. And sometimes it comes down to the Declaration on Indigenous Peoples' Rights, where they say that territorial integrity. Well, I believe that our rights don't all come under the Declaration, and that territorial integrity for the areas that have not been truly decolonized need to be decolonized, and they need to have their own territories. And there's also been some other advances, I believe, and one of the most recent ones was at the ICCPR, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, where the German representative spoke very good on behalf of the indigenous peoples there, and he also included decolonization. Whereas in the past, it's been very hard to convince any of these countries who are members to talk about decolonization or indigenous peoples' rights. I'm not sure how it's going to go from there, but I think that it's a good start to at least get one of the governments to speak about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Gary Aluke.
Inok dito nakpunga. Inok dito nakama. Tu sadyo.
First, I want to recognize Tove, who's here. Thank you. Also, I want to thank ICC, who had appointed me to be a member. I started in January. I will talk about what I've been doing over the past years. I've worked on the work I worked on our language, because I've been part of the committee as part of the international language. People working on international language, Sami, Inuit, that shows the strength of us. For example, for 10 years, there was a 10-year declaration of language that was done. I'm part of that committee. I'm part of and the Samis are in that committee. We meet by teleconference, and we thought about how in the Arctic can be more visible to those committees, because the indigenous peoples would like to initiate that. Do we want to use this to do this through our culture, or how are we going to do this? So do Sami want to have a voice on this? We had to get opinions first. The UNESCO, we had to inform of that. This is what we want to do as Arctic people, and that was very useful. I've seen that Sami were able to give their opinion, and that Inuit were able to voice their opinions. So it's a good part of that, good part to that. It's always good to have to attend international conferences, and when you see Inuit, it empowers you. Let's say you see Sami people in those conferences, it always empowers you. As a conclusion, I'd like to say, December 2022, we went to Paris. There was discussion on indigenous people, where they recognize a 10-year language, decade of indigenous languages. So that's where it was initiated. Thank you.
And that is, how can a stranger know what squirrel eats? And that is kind of a thing to think about in the first place. I am so honored to be a member of the Coalition on Indigenous Peoples' Food Systems. And it has been established and launched in October last year. It is a coalition that is established to enable indigenous peoples to work with member states, the United Nations, the private sector, bilateral and multilateral development institutions, and all other stakeholders to build healthy, equitable, and sustainable food systems. This is kind of the same processes that has been going on with the climate negotiations. We are trying to establish a body, an indigenous-led body, where we can engage in formal dialogue with the states. And so the coalition has just been launched, and there are states contributing to the work, and they are participating in the steering committee, but there is still a lot of work to be done. but the issue is very important. And I feel, even though we have a lot to do, I think it is very meaningful and extremely important, the work that we are doing in this coalition. And so perhaps I should say something about what is food systems, because the Samis, my people, often tend to ask, so what is a food system? And it is all the activities from the moment you start to gather, or all the knowledge you are using in order to prepare the food, and all the activities leading towards the food being distributed in the market, and all the way to the dinner tables and our stomaches. So this is important, and it affects all kind of aspects in our lives. It is a question on health. I did listen to the other panel conversation where there were raised questions on environmental aspects of the food we are so dependent on, sustainable issues. It is a question on land rights, traditional knowledge, and it's a overall very important issue. So what I am doing in the steering committee, I try to take part in, I have special responsibilities towards gathering information on, or knowledge on, indigenous people's food systems. So I have been working a bit with funding and trying to work out good models so that we don't share knowledge about our food systems in a way that can be used against us. So we must be sure that the information is communicated in a way that we do think is appropriate and meaningful. And I have an ambition, and this is just a private ambition. I hope to meet you all in the Arctic caucuses, that we can try to establish meaningful aims for this engagement. And one of the things I'm thinking about, and I use this opportunity to try to cast highlights or highlight this, it is the possibility to arrange a UN meeting somewhere in the Arctic region within 5 years, where the topic is Arctic or indigenous people's food systems. So an Arctic food summit in some way. But I know UN meetings, they are extremely expensive. We know after the Alta 2013 that it was a lot of money. And then another objective that I would have liked, it is to establish some kind of funding for indigenous peoples, promoting, strengthening, and taking care of indigenous people's food systems as a part of the work in FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization. So that is another objective. The other responsibility I have in the steering committee, it is fisheries. So I think I will also take the opportunity to cast a light on this. And I'm trying, of course, to participate in this work as good as I can. But I truly think with all the indigenous, all of the mechanisms we are represented in, we do have a need to strengthen also the Arctic caucuses work that we are doing, so that we can be sure that we have discussed the matters thoroughly and that we are working truly together. So I will take care of this as good as I can, and this is only the initial part that I am a part of. But I'm very glad, and I do think it is a really important work we are doing. I must also say, because people are probably thinking that we haven't been engaging in any dialogue with indigenous peoples as a part of this coalition or the establishing of the coalition, but we did carry out regional consultations with 240 indigenous leaders regionally. So I think we have had some kind of engagement with the indigenous peoples and the indigenous leaders. prior to launching the coalition. Yes, and now we have to get even more states to support the initiative. Thank you. Oh, I should answer the riddle about the squirrel. It is, well, I guess everybody, it's an old Sami saying that how can a stranger know what the squirrel eats? And I think a lot of people in our area, if they do not know the squirrel very much, they think that they perhaps eat nuts, or it seems like that in the media and TV. But you can't know for sure, really, what squirrel eats unless you are a squirrel. So that is kind of a saying about prejudice and the knowledge, overall knowledge. So I just thought I would bring that issue up. Thank you.
It's almost like an invitation for squirrels to join us, so we can hear directly from them,
Yes.
from their knowledge. Thank you for that, Celia and Elisa.
Welcome, everyone. Let's feel welcome.
Leading the International Maritime Organization has been started over 6 years ago. And the International Maritime Organization is a specialized UN, United Nations agency. So it's part of the UN system. And however, indigenous people, Inuit, had not been involved in there prior to that, over 6 years ago, though it was created in 1958. Now, the members are states. There's over 172 of them. And as it regulates shipping around the globe, it's also very industry-based. And states trade, and ships very much are based on trade. And what I have observed so far is that the IMO is not so much concerned with human rights. I'm being very direct here as I say this out of observation. But since we began our engagement over 6 years ago, our marine ecosystem is very important to us. It's the link to our culture. It's one of the foundational bases of our culture, Inuit culture, as well as our food security. And so we began then to apply for consultative status. Now there's no recognition of indigenous peoples organizations in UN institutions like this specialized agency. So when we applied over 2 years ago, we gained provisional consultative status as a non-governmental organization, like all the other observer or consultative status members of the IMO. Yeah, so why was it provisional? Now that's one of the challenges that we're facing as one of the very first Indigenous Peoples organization to have gained consultative status is that certain states which are very powerful within this organization, as a lot of their industry is based on shipping, are not in agreement of work around including indigenous peoples in this organization that regulates shipping. And should I name the countries? Yes, I should. So we have countries like China, all right, and Russia, the United Arab Emirates, And countries like this, who we all know often do not recognize the indigenous people's rights in their own countries. So we do have challenges in that area, and that is to ensure that the human aspect is included in this specialized agency. And it's a big push on our part at Inuit Circumpolar Council, as we are the only indigenous peoples right now to be pushing in this area. And I want to extend an invitation to those of you around who live in coastal areas, who live by the seas, who see that you need to protect your marine ecosystems. Come and join us at the IMO. Sometimes I get the feeling we cannot do it alone. Yes. We have had people from Alaska. I know we've had great support from NGOs who are at the IMO as well. There have been Chukotkans coming as well. Right now that would be impossible. But I do extend this invitation and I repeat it. Please come and join us. Our marine ecosystem, our food security is so important. The IMO work, they make the rules around shipping, as I said. Now there is a polar code that was created, and it was created without our participation. Now, also another thing is that the heavy fuel oil ban was applicable to the Antarctic, and there was no heavy fuel oil ban in the Arctic, where there are inhabitants. In the Antarctic, there are no inhabitants, but it was more protected than the Arctic. So that's why we also pushed, along with NGOs, to make sure that this ban was put into place. And it has been put into place and should take effect in 2024. Another area of work that we pushed for was to reduce underwater noise in Arctic waters, underwater noise of the ships that pass through Arctic waters, to ensure that marine mammals are not disturbed, effectively protecting our way of life as well, better protecting our way of life. So the reduction of underwater guidelines are voluntary, and even though they are voluntary, they do require a lot of negotiation from state members, wherein we put in our word. So when we want to protect our marine mammals from being disturbed by underwater noise, it's very important for our voice to be there. So we had success, though not as much as we wanted, but one in which Inuit communities, indigenous knowledge, Inuit knowledge would be taken into account by ships that are operating through Inuit Nunat. Now, one of the weaknesses of the Polar Code is that the geographic scope defined by the Polar Code doesn't include all of Inuit Nunat. So that's another challenge for us, that the Polar Code be amended to improve in this area of the geographic scope, but in other areas as well. The Polar Code is important because it not only defines geographic scope, but the technology that ships need if they are going to traverse Arctic waters where ice is present. It's also important for ensuring what type of training that mariners need. So our word is really important in that Polar Code. Now, it wasn't made with us, but it has to be made with us because it's for us. It is to protect our marine ecosystem. So there's a lot of work still going on, like reduction of black carbon emissions, which we participate in influencing. Then also the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, which recent discussions happened last month, and negotiations are going on to improve the strategy, the IMO strategy for the reduction of greenhouse gases coming from ships. So there's a lot of work. There's also the plastic pollution coming from ships. So we absolutely need to be there to protect our marine ecosystem all across Inuit Nunat. Nakomik.
Thank you. And you actually jumped ahead to my second question. So, when you come around, you'll build something. No, that's fine. It's fine. Yeah, no. I think it's good. It's good. And so next we have Nicole, who's standing in for Harry.
Yes, Koyanuk Harry Brower Jr., the mayor of the North Slope Borough from Utqiagvik, Alaska, couldn't be here, but I'm sure he sends his regards and would really like to be here with us today. And I think with this question, if I remember it correctly, we'll have to start with recognizing our histories and how our past leaders fought and set up our organizations with intent for our self-determination from the beginning, and not without barriers. Earlier today, we talked about why Inuit from Alaska weren't here 50 years ago, and that was because they were negotiating the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act and early laws. And I think we've come a long way since then in building collaborative partnerships and fighting for our rights even with fragmented systems to serve our people. And the international forum that Mayor Brower and myself and others are involved with is the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement. And it's a legally binding agreement that requires Indigenous knowledge and Arctic Indigenous peoples to be engaged. And it's one of only few. And I think Alfred Jacobson, Jimmy Stotts, and Dwayne Smith for advocating and negotiating it to include Indigenous knowledge and to include, while we're delegates of our countries, this agreement sets up an agreement that is precautionary, and it allows our participation so we can come with our understanding and of the ecosystem. And while we're not, I guess, members on our own, we're able to ensure that Indigenous knowledge and our input is directly engaged with countries that may not really understand where we're coming from. So there's, China, Japan, South Korea, Russia, and others that may not understand the importance of this marine environment to us, even though they may see it as very far away from where we live. It's very close to our hearts and to to our livelihoods. And so I just wanted to start off with that and answering your question. Koyanuk.
Thank you.
I need to make a correction from what I said. It was the CERD, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, where the German made the intervention for the indigenous people, not the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Just listening to this first round just brought back a lot of memories and thinking about the time it takes, sometimes multiple generations of our people advocating for our rights, and have to educate others how our rights were undermined through the process of colonization. And so going from having very little legal status and position, even within our own nation states and in international forum, to slowly achieving and advancing to get into formal positions where there's resource supporting our participation and engagement within these forums. And so I think that that's something that, especially I think for the young people that are here with us, to understand that this is multi-generational work that we're involved in. And one of my late grandmothers once reminded me too that every generation of our leaders have had to step up to face the challenges of their time in order to provide for the future generations to be able to live in our lands. And I think I feel honored even more now sitting with this group of you all around the circle here, and others who I know who've been advocating for our people for quite some time within these forums. So the next question that I would like to share on the table is, what are some of the challenges that you see that we're facing within some of these forums? And what are some of your thoughts on how we might be able to navigate forward to face or address those challenges? So maybe we'll just continue to go around as we have.
Yes, oh, sorry, that was close. Thank you for that question. And yes, just to continue a bit on your reflection as well, that now when we sit here and we heard first the 1973 experience and where people got together, and this second panel where we have indigenous representation and activities in a whole lot of different fora, I think it's a big developments and steps that has been taking place since 73. So thanks again to those who were visionary back then to see that we need to work together, and I think together we are stronger in those fora, which leads me to the challenges. And when it comes to the Climate Convention and the Arctic indigenous peoples, I think one of those things that we have on top of our agenda to address is a false dichotomy between indigenous peoples in the so-called developed part of the world and the indigenous peoples in the developing part of the world, because all the funding mechanisms that the Climate Convention or others who are engaged in Climate Convention put in place pledges of a lot of billions, 1.7 billion, but it's limited to countries in developing part of the world, which is good, but then creating an understanding that we in the developed part of the world, that is Arctic, North America, Pacific, as a half of the global indigenous world, we don't have access to that support. So we have to continue to work, and I don't want us to go into to claiming part of the pledges that's already made, which is devoted for rainforests and developing countries, recognizing that indigenous peoples in those regions are in a rougher situation in many ways. But we also need to have support for the loss and damage that we are facing in the Arctic, and that we often feel is not recognized in the states that we live, because from a Sami perspective, the states we live in look to our lands for their solutions to climate change. So that's why we again go into this round of calling. It's yet another continuation of the existing colonialization that has been taking place since the first encounters. So nothing has changed. It's just the same business as usual, that we have to give up land for a greater good, give up our resources for the greater good. And now the greater good is green transition. And take this opportunity, as somebody in this room asked me, what does it really mean with its green colonialization? And that is, so that is a second challenge. One is the access to funding to the developing parts, but also the other challenge that we are facing and try to address in the Climate Convention is that the response measures taken by the states or the parties to the Climate Convention is many times placing the solutions on our lands. So we don't only suffer from the climate change itself, but we also have to suffer from the solutions that are put in place. So I guess that is in short the challenges we have, and that is what in this position we have in the constituted body. We try in all different ways to address these challenges and raise this voice, our voice to show that these are our challenges, being Arctic indigenous peoples. And Silje mentioned caucuses, so I want to also share with the room that we have a group in place of Inuit Circumpolar Council, Sami parliaments, mostly at the staff level. We have regular Arctic caucuses where we share our concerns and voices and make plans and strategies. And that's a great support for me as our Arctic rep to the facilitative working group to have this support to help me provide input from your institutions and organizations so I can be safer in this position, but also my task is to bring back messages from the convention to our caucus to say what is coming up and what is developing and what do we need to do, what we can react on. Thank you.
Thank you, Gunbritt. Chief Gary?
Thank you. When she starts talking about the greening, it also makes me think of what people are talking about these days about the blue economy. And in many cases, although I know that some people from Iceland have disagreed with me on this, is that it's a way that the companies, the large companies, are still taking indigenous people's resources, and what they're doing is things they should have been doing in the first place, which is taking more care of the resources that they're taking. Basically, what I'm talking about is from the ocean. And many times they take the resources and they don't take care of them as indigenous people do. For instance, the bycatch issue that is out there. A lot of times, for instance, these big trawlers are taking everything in the ocean and they throw away a lot of that because they're not allowed to keep it. For instance, at the mouth of the Yukon River, these trawlers are taking thousands and thousands of salmon, yet the people on the Yukon River are not allowed to fish these salmon, and they just throw them overboard. So it's a waste of resources. So I think that the bluing is where they should be saving these resources and maybe giving these salmon to the indigenous people who rely upon them for food or subsistence. So that just made me think of what she was talking about. And the Icelanders said that it's helped them save millions of dollars. And I agree that it probably did, but I also think that it's some of the things that should have been doing before. And I think that the other countries need to be following what Iceland is doing in saving these resources. So I don't totally disagree with some of the bluing of the economy, but I also think that some people are taking advantage of this as well. And so I think that there's a lot of possibilities that can be taken with this bluing of the economy. And I think that there's other places where we can make strides as well. And maybe they're all small and incremental, but continuing to participate in these international forums that do allow us to participate and pushing for our rights in these forums. I think that many of them are small increments, but they're coming. For instance, the one that I mentioned earlier, the recent one where they're talking about the effects of colonization. Well, almost all of us have had problems with the effects of colonization, but how many countries are actually going to take action to help some of the effects that our indigenous people have had, the detrimental effects of colonization? I think that these are some of the areas where I think we can make some more strides, and that's pushing on the places where they've already said, okay, we need to do more. So we need to push more and more in all of the areas, the MRIP, which I've really not been to, but you know, all of the international forums, because you're either going to be at the table or on the table. Thank you.
Before I get into challenges, I thought I would, because I think it's natural human nature for us to feel impatient about how the basic needs in our communities are not being met, especially when we're such close kinship and we know it's affecting our family members and our community members. But I will say that I'm from Nunavut, an area in Canada, where very recently we celebrated 30 years since our Nunavut Agreement was signed and passed. And by achieving or by getting to this milestone, it gave us the opportunity to reflect on where we've been and what we've done. And so when you reflect on the last, what it took Inuit to achieve the Nunavut Agreement, you think back to Inuit negotiators, and I think the discussion this morning, that was very reflective of 50 years ago, kind of strengthened that thinking about where were we, what were the circumstances. And I think about that in Nunavut, where Inuit were living out on the land, speaking Inuktitut, living as Inuit. And then in living history, they were sent away for school, they met other Inuit, and then the movement started, where Inuit started saying, wow, our lifestyle is being changed without our consent, not as us as the drivers. And so Inuit had to learn a new language, learn government systems, and be able to use those systems to get a Nunavut Agreement that created a jurisdiction in Canada that is majority Inuit. But the amount of effort it takes as Indigenous peoples to participate in these international fora, where you're learning new systems and processes, and you're trying to build on things that you've learned, is the same sort of experience, is the same sort of challenge, I think. And so I really appreciate how people who've come before us help us along our way. And I know in the work that I've done with the Global Task Force on the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, I've really appreciated the support of Aili Kesketelo. I've appreciated the support of Daily Sambodoro, who have been involved longer. And we're able to say, this is how we've done it, or this is what you might want to do, you know? And so now I feel like I'm in a position where I can do that for others as well. And I think that's a strength, but a challenge, because I think each of us finds ourselves sometimes propelled into these forums, not of our own doing, but because we're trying to live our lives as Inuit, but we realize there are things encroaching upon us that are preventing us from living as Inuk as we want to. And so then we have to use the systems that exist in a way that can strengthen and assert who we are. And often, in addition to using the systems, we're often trying to push it back against the systems so that it's broadened and encompasses who we are. And I will agree with this armchair, the first speaker, in terms of the dichotomy. I think as Inuit, we very much face that, that because we're in developed countries, that the expectation is that our needs may not be as grave as, or the gravity might not be as strong as in other countries. But we know that our fellow Inuit are going to bed hungry. We know that there's tuberculosis outbreaks in our communities. We know there's housing crisis. And those are things that one does not expect to see in a so-called developed country. And so it's really important that we also get the access to the resources and the finances that we need. I will say also, though, that although it's a challenge, I think one of the great strengths is that each Indigenous person that I encounter that works in many of these areas are doing it not as a job. It's a calling. And I really appreciated Puyu's comment this morning that you can retire, but he will never retire from advocating for language rights. I think many of us have those same feelings about what we're advocating for in terms of, in my case, Inuit rights, Indigenous peoples' rights of the Arctic. And I think ultimately we're all working and putting in the time and the efforts to be able to achieve that, even, and I will share that yesterday I posted a photo of me in Ilulissat on my personal social media, and a fellow Inuk from Nunavut who has been in leadership positions wrote, is it of any value that you are traveling the globe? What is of value for Nunavut Inuit in you participating in that? And I will say that is one of the challenges that we face also when we try and work, in these different systems, is that our fellow community members who don't understand what we're trying to do, and maybe part of it is the issue that we don't provide enough information about what we're doing, but part of it is that people want to dismiss or not support the hard work that you're trying to do to achieve the recognition of more rights as Indigenous peoples. And I will just say that to me, that's lateral violence, and it doesn't have any space. It's not useful for us to be in those circumstances when we have such small populations. And we need, as Daily Sambo Doro said, we need every Inuk. Thank you.
Just a time check. When am I supposed to wrap us up?
In 1 minute, but we have some flexibility.
Some flexibility. Okay. Well, I at least want to allow each of the last panelists who haven't had a chance to speak to kind of have short comments as we move towards wrapping up.
Yes.
Sorry about not keeping us close track of time,
Yes.
but very wonderful comments have been being shared.
Yes. I will try not to be so thorough, but I would say we have a lot of challenges in the work that I have been engaged in on our behalf. This is, of course, establishing the mechanism formally so that we have that voice within the system and that we can be sure that our perspectives is taken in consideration when the states are case handling the big issues on food systems. And the questions we all have is how this food systems, how does it affect us, the work that is happening on an international level. And it's all sorts of things. The grain agreement that didn't get prolonged just this week. It will affect how agricultural food production is happening. Prices are going up in every level. Of course, the health issue is there. We have all sorts of things that our people are heavily affected by, and we also have a knowledge gap. Because in some of the areas we are living, the old ways, we are not passing it on to future generations like we used to do. And that will also kind of, it is a threat to the possibility we have to live good lives in the Arctic like we have done for so long time. So I think this is a very important thing, but what I am happy about. I think when I talk about it with other indigenous peoples, this is something a lot of people, they do want to talk about it. So I don't feel like they don't support it or understand it. They truly, they have stories to tell and things that need to be passed on in those processes. So it's a really interesting work. Thank you.
Thank you. And Lisa?
That day. I alluded already to some of the challenges, but I would like to mention that those challenges are related to the fact that the International Maritime Organization doesn't hold standards to be inclusive of indigenous peoples. It is a United Nations organization, but it doesn't follow the same standards that other UN agencies do, even though it's part of that system. So I think that's something that should be changed. And that would be, again, a way of enhancing indigenous peoples' participation. If there were standards, then we would be better able to participate and not have to try to push member states to include terms of references for the working groups, for the negotiating committees that are related to the inclusion of indigenous people, which we are doing right now, we're pushing. And if one member state doesn't agree and no one else speaks out for us, then they'll do what they want and not include us. So there's that particular challenge. There's also the issue too of developing and developed states. That is common language as well at the IMO. So when we speak of the heavy fuel oil ban, that would require ships to invest in order to use or find ways to reduce their black carbon emissions and their greenhouse gas emissions and potential spills of heavy fuel oil. Well, it might be that Inuit communities end up paying for the costs of that investment by ship owners. And we're also ship owners as Inuit, and so we also need to ensure that when we spend funds to make ships more clean, more efficient, that we also don't bring the extra costs to Inuit communities, since the cost of living is so high already. And there's such a higher rate of poverty in our Inuit communities. So those are things that we are very concerned about. That's equitable transition. And another particular set of challenge that we face is that some member states consider themselves to be near Arctic states. I'm sure many of you have heard this term now. And yes, and they make decisions that are impacting Inuit Nunat, that are impacting our homeland within the International Maritime Organization and other UN bodies. So China is an observer to the Arctic Council. We are permanent participants to the Arctic Council. And I believe that the Arctic Council is the space where we can also demand more support in our international work to ensure that our rights are respected, that they are put into practice within the UN system and at the International Maritime Organization. Thanks for this opportunity.
And Nicole?
Yes. I think through our combined efforts as Inuit and also as Arctic Indigenous peoples here, I think we've gotten closer to the conditions that respect recognize our distinct statuses and rights and roles in the Arctic. One of the tools that Inuit Circumpolar Council has created to ensure meaningful engagement at the international level is creating the Inuit Ethical and Equitable Engagement Protocols. And these protocols were developed with all of us as Inuit and reflect our values and highlight the commonalities and offer a way forward to meaningfully engage Inuit at the international level, and then also recognize the protocols of our communities and our regions. And it really highlights the point that there should be nothing about us without us, from recognizing Indigenous knowledge to equitable funding for Inuit representation and knowledge holders. And I think with these protocols and in collaboration and partnership with the governments and others, researchers, and other organizations, that we can really move forward to good governance and good engagement of Indigenous peoples in all of these forums that we talk about, because we participate in these different forums that we highlighted today with the intention to ensure that our communities, our values, and our understanding of the Arctic and where we live and us as a people is kept in mind in the decisions that impact our people. So, Quinok.
Thank you so much. So in concluding the panel, the last question I was going to ask, which we can all ponder on and discuss among ourselves, has to do with what's been brought up multiple times today, which is that when we live closely with nature, we understand that we're a part of nature and that the world is all interconnected and interdependent, and that our understanding of how we are and how we exist as human beings is holistic. And as each of you have been talking about the particular forums that you're involved in, whether advocating for language or food security and food systems, climate change, with the marine environment, that I continually in my mind, I see and hear how all of it is just so interrelated and interconnected. And so even for those of us who live inland in the rivers, for example, from the oceans, our fish make it out there to the ocean and spend their time there and they come back. So we're all concerned about what's happening in all of these different areas, and they all affect our ability to continue to live our traditional ways of life in our homelands, and to have the respect and dignity that we deserve as Indigenous peoples. And so I just want to not only appreciate you around this circle, but all of you that are in the audience who I know have maybe sacrificed a lot, that put forward a lot of volunteer hours, like many of us, to be the advocates for our communities and our people within these forums to help advance our rights. And also, I think that we've been thoughtful in finding the ways to bring back this, why we're doing this work to our home and local communities. So I really appreciate you opening up some of the challenges that we also have to face, because we've all been impacted, as Chief Gary mentioned, by colonization. And so a lot of the healing, the making sure that our knowledge and worldview and values are passed on to our own younger generations so they can understand and get to live the beauty that this life really is, that our elders have been blessed to live, and come to that place of inner peace of knowing who they are and grounded in a good way, and being able to advocate also in a good way on behalf of our peoples within these forums. So, and then the last appreciation I want to provide in this is also those of you who are observers and from nation states that are here listening to the voices of our people over these 2 days, because we know the importance of you hearing directly from us and our experiences and becoming our allies and advocates in these forums, because your voices sometimes carry more weight and power than ours do in those forums, and having that from peers at the nation state level significantly contributes to us being able to advance in this work of advocacy on behalf of Arctic Indigenous peoples. So with that, thank you so much, and I apologize for going briefly over time.
Yes, thank you very much for this enlightening roundtable or armchair discussion. This was a great way of taking a look at how broadly we as Arctic indigenous peoples are participating in various international fora, from the Climate Change Convention to the Arctic cooperation, to the broad range of topics covered by the Permanent Forum, the indigenous food systems work, as well as maritime issues. So now it's time to start narrowing down a little bit on this focus. So while this part of the program was on wide processes, global processes, now we are going to direct our attention more towards the Arctic and our cooperation in the circumpolar Arctic. So I will not introduce the next speaker because she has been on the stage for a few times already. But I will just add an anecdote that Gun-Britt is actually a person who first got me involved in Sami Council work. So I applaud you for that as well, among your other achievements in life. So welcome Gun-Britt Retter to talk about the Arctic Council.
Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for staying on with the Sami Council. And it reminds me of you have to be kind to those you recruit, because all of a sudden they are your boss. In a Tuesday evening in 2015, I was a negotiator for the Sami Council to the Iqaluit Declaration of the Arctic Council. And a Tuesday evening, 10:30, I got a call from the Canadian SAO chair who said that, have you seen the last version of the Arctic Declaration? And the ministerial meeting is going to be on Friday. So Sami Council had submitted a proposal to a different text of something we were not happy with, and the SAO chair calls and says, can Sami Council live with the text as it is? It's only you now holding back the consensus. And this was in 2015, and this was about the declaration that was about to be adopted in Iqaluit a few days after. My keynote here is going to reflect a bit upon how we got to that kind of question, and how this kind of question can be formalized in the future. I am presently the Sami Council head of delegation to the Arctic Council. I have coordinated the Sami Council role as permanent participant in the Arctic Council since 2005. Before that, I worked 4 years in the Indigenous Peoples Secretariat, the role that Rosa Maren, who was here on the stairs earlier, have today. So I have 22 years of experience from the Arctic Council. We heard many references to both the establishment and the present situation of the Arctic Council already during the day. I will touch upon 3 elements to the Arctic Council: the beginning and the 27 years of cooperation, and then conclude with the present situation. And as we heard, the Arctic indigenous peoples, they gathered already in 1973, and they had established a contact and shared joint vision and a path to address the challenges they were facing. And I want to quote from one of the resolutions, which I have to say it was a Sami newspaper that was reporting from the conference, and they had misspelled, and it said revolution in the newspaper. So there was 2 revolutions coming out of 73 meeting. No, but the second resolution says, The conference proposes to form a circumpolar body of indigenous peoples to pursue and advance our shared and collective interests. We emphasize that we are profoundly concerned about protecting now the interests of succeeding generations of our peoples. So that is how the second resolution started, the one from 73. And I would actually claim that even though it's expanded beyond a circumpolar body of indigenous peoples, I think the Arctic Council is that body with parties, states involved. So it's a circumpolar cooperation that we were wanting, or people who were there in 73 were calling for. But usually, when we hear about the history of Arctic Council, it starts with the Gorbachev speech in Murmansk in '87, on which Finland, the Rovaniemi Initiative or the Rovaniemi Process, followed up in 1989 by starting to talk about cooperation on environmental protection, which led to establishment of Arctic Environmental Protection Strategy in 1991. So during those 2 years of negotiations of the Rovaniemi Process, the indigenous people were ready to negotiate a seat in that cooperation, saying, hey, this is about our environment, our lives, our foundation of our culture, so we need to be at the table. So they were first recognized as observers, and later it evolved to become permanent participants. We got, and I need to mention this, that we got the Indigenous Peoples Secretariat in 1994 that was hosted in the same offices as Greenland at that time, Home Rule in Copenhagen. So this cooperation evolved to the Arctic, and the Arctic Environmental Protection Strategy was at the environmental minister level. So with a Canadian initiative, I guess, or driven by Canada, the Arctic Council was established in 1996 at the level of foreign ministers rather than environmental ministers. And we also heard earlier that at first there were 3 permanent participants. This evolved with the Aleut International in '98, and the Gwich'in and Athabascan joined in 2000. And I consider the role as permanent participants in the Arctic Council at the level of 8 Arctic states, foreign ministries, quite an achievement that we are able to sit at the table. And as we heard a Norwegian senior Arctic officials say, it's quite a unique body where Arctic states and indigenous organizations are sitting at the same table. And indigenous peoples have a stronger position than the 38 or whatever, how many observers there are today. So I also like to claim that the reason why the representatives of our organizations at that time, ICC and Sami Council, as well as RIPON, the Russian Association of Indigenous Peoples of the North, they were ready to negotiate a strong seat at the table based on the resolutions and the visions developed in 1973 Arctic Peoples Conference. So we were, if I may say we were very prepared. I also see the process and participation since 1973 kind of developed into 2 paths or 2 tracks. So one is on the global indigenous rights movement, where we got the World Council of Indigenous Peoples and the ILO 169, the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Declaration and the Permanent Forum, and the other track, which is on the Arctic track, with more focus on environment and the Environmental Protection Strategy, and later the Arctic Council. So it was kind of two different kind of people engaged in those different processes. So the 27 years of engagement, I like to, and Puyo, you might not know this, but I have quoted you often. And when I worked in IPS, I was interviewing you to the IPS newsletter. And then you said that the indigenous peoples give the Arctic Council a human face. And I think that without the PPs or the permanent participants' involvement in the Arctic Council would probably be very heavy on the environmental issues, the polar bear situation, disconnected from the peoples. So I think Puyo is right in saying that we are the human face of the Arctic Council. And I think to keep quoting good advisors and good educators, my predecessor in this role, because there was a person working in this position before me, that was Rune Fjellheim. And he always says that it's a three-party cooperation, this Arctic Council, where you have Arctic states and working groups, which is the scientists and the researchers and the indigenous peoples promoting the indigenous knowledge brought together. And I think we see a wealth of reports and knowledge about the Arctic generated through the Arctic Council work. And we also have added our values, our recognition of indigenous knowledge, and oops, it's a very difficult table, this, to hold a computer. I'm soon falling down this step too, but so we have really been able to lift our values and I think achieved quite a lot of recognition and contributed to the assessments as well, but it can always get better, I have to say that. It's not perfect. And again, to quote Sara, what she said in the Indigenous ICC delegation meeting yesterday, so we contribute with what research questions should be asked and what should be studied. And if we don't do that, others will do that. So that's why we need to be at the table. And then the present situation. As we heard in the morning session, we are now in a situation we have never seen before. We are 6 permanent participant organizations. 4 of us have membership on the Russian side. That includes Raipon, the Aleut, Sami, and the Inuit. And the formal participation of Sami on the Russian side is temporarily on hold, much due to the concern of their individual security. And I hope to also take this opportunity to emphasize that nobody is excluded from the Arctic Council. No one is excluded from the Arctic Council. It has been a pause. It is important to distinguish between being a pause or on hold or being excluded. The whole balancing act was or is about nobody being excluded. So, and we have to, and this pause was declared early March 2022, and Norway took over the chairship, as we heard from Ine this morning, 11th of May, and are deliberate about getting it back going slowly again. So to find ways on how we can get end the pause and get to operate. So slowly starting up with working groups and how to kind of continue our work. And I think Akaluk said something very important in the morning session too. It is about people-to-people cooperation. We need to speak with each other, find ways to speak at a personal level at least. That is at least what we should maintain and build upon, I think, to the bring it on to a level beyond the pause or to a certain operational level. So I'm glad to hear that that is also the Norway's chairship approach to get started again. And I think we heard that also many times, we find, so why do we want this to get started? I think the Arctic Council is very important for us as indigenous peoples because that's a fora where we have a very strong position. And it is about our lands, our food security, our environment, which is the fundaments for our culture. And we have established a very strong position, and we have a certain or quite strong influence at all levels of the Arctic Council, which we have to constantly keep nurturing and kicking as well. So it is an intergovernmental body working on the issues that are important to us, which I actually already said, so which will bring me to the conclusion. How am I on time? Like 2 minutes? 1 minute? Yeah. When we had the 40 years anniversary of the 73 meeting, the outcome document said that we should strive for having a indigenous vice chair at the SAO level in the Arctic Council. We have brought that up now and then, but we haven't moved to any decision on that. But I want to round off this keynote with the beginning. The de facto part of the consensus, I started with telling that the Canadian SAO chair called Sami Council and actually said, you are the one holding back consensus on the declaration. And he did that even though we are not part of the consensus according to the rules of procedures. So that I told this story to demonstrate that de facto we are part of the consensus, but it's not formalized. So we realized during these rough times we have been through that that informal position of being part of the consensus is a very vulnerable situation when you get into rough waters, because then it was easy to leave us out because there was no obligation to have us part of the consensus. So I think as we evolve, and I might be naive, hoping that we get through these rough waters, that we need to start to discuss how we formalize the informal, strong, how we formalize our role, which in fact is considered almost as being part of the consensus without being that. So that was a very complicated way to say simple things. How was it that it was the 73 resolution also said something to state the obvious is also something. So I think the establishment of the Arctic Council with the permanent participants is a unique construction with the states and indigenous peoples around the same table. It has generated volumes of Arctic knowledge. And we have to remember that the permanent participants are founding members of the Arctic Council. And that means something. And we will do what we can to maintain the cooperation also through these rough waters. And at the other end, we need to start to discuss how we continue to strengthen that body. Thank you for your attention.
Joo, Olu kiihtuu. Gunn-Britt, thank you very much, Gunn-Britt, for your keynote presentation. And as has been noted several times already today, one of the things that the 73 conference specifically called for was a permanent body for Arctic cooperation. So this is a time in our program to open up the discussion and allow our delegates to share your comments, remarks, thoughts about Arctic cooperation, about the Arctic Council. Yes. So, as noted, this will be an open dialogue. It will be moderated by Nathan Obed, who is the president of the Inuit Tapirit Kanatami. So I ask you to come here to moderate the discussion. As I understand how it works is that if the delegates wish to take the floor, then you will raise your nameplate, you will put it up just like this. Well done. Yes, so I will hand over the podium to Nathan. Welcome. Okay, you're moderating there, that's fine.
I might as well be able to see the room a little bit better. There are 3 questions within your package to deliberate on that we also have heard throughout the day, many different considerations in regard to the Arctic Council and Arctic cooperation. So I invite anyone to give their remarks in relation to these wide topics. But just for a refresher, they are: what is the state of Arctic cooperation? What is the role of the Arctic Council? And how can the Arctic Council be strengthened? I will start with the Gwich'in, and I will just try to be as specific but general as possible, since I can't see your nameplates and I don't have the luxury of knowing all of you personally.
Thank you. So this is Sam Alexander, Gwich'in Council International. I think it was mentioned by Gunn-Britt, that there was this pause in the Arctic Council, and I think what it brought to light is how dependent we are as Indigenous people on the member states to discuss Arctic issues, and that's a big problem. That's a big problem. I've learned more here sitting amongst other Indigenous people than I do when I attend Arctic Council meetings. And the reason that is number one, when we speak with each other, we do so in a way where we teach each other and we talk to each other in a way that's respectful and we can learn from each other. And the other is that many Indigenous issues that we have as Arctic people don't rise to the level of the Arctic Council. And so in our communities, there's issues amongst our nations, there's issues as Indigenous people, but they're not issues that are brought to light within the Arctic Council. And so it makes me question, whether or not we need another forum, as was mentioned in 1973, which is specifically for us to work with each other. And I know the Arctic Council is for everyone, but I'm not suggesting that this new organization be for everyone. I'm suggesting it be only for Indigenous peoples, because we need a place where we can speak, talk, and learn from each other, and we don't have other issues trying to take away our attention, our voices that will drown us out. And so we don't really have that luxury. That hasn't been created yet. And so I hope that, it doesn't take another 50 years for us to have a forum like this. I'd like to see this forum, whether it be every 4 years, every 2 years, every year, whatever is decided upon. I'd like to see a forum or a council, created from this meeting, because it's going to be the place where we really have our voices heard amongst each other. Masicho.
Nakumik, thank you for those remarks. Charlie Watt, Canada.
Thank you. I will speak briefly in Inuktitut. As Inuit in the Arctic, who occupy the Arctic in the present day, are in a precarious situation. We are in a position where we need to be concerned. We have many reasons to be concerned. and it is inevitable that we will arrive at, or we will have arrived to us once the economy starts to improve, that more peoples will arrive to our lands. In fact, there is already interest in our marine regions, in our lands, in our resources, whether it be oil exploration or whether it be for mineral exploration. There is a high level of interest from the international community in these resources. And for this reason, I have an idea that I will share with you, which is not directly related to the discussion here. I will speak. I know many Inuit who are present here today, whether they are Alaskan or Galalit or Canadian or Sami. There are knowledgeable people of the way we have come as Inuit, or what we have experienced as Inuit. One of the biggest issues as Inuit is our autonomy. Right to self-autonomy must be recognized. We are a different people from our neighbors. Today, this is of concern. Everything, it impacts all of our lives whenever we discuss rights. Sometimes it makes you think that our rights, or the fact that our rights have to be recognized, although there is an acknowledgement or semi-acknowledgement of our rights. I was actively involved in the creation of the Constitution. As Inuit, for example, in Canada, Canada was created at one point and divided into provinces as it is today. All the instruments, including the federal government, the provincial governments, were being created. All these lands were being allocated. Once, when this was happening, we, in our land, there was no consultation regarding our land at all. There was no consultation with the indigenous peoples. It was as if our land was grabbed from us or just taken from us. And this is the reality to today. Presently, the government of Canada is now discussing or talking about how they can reconcile with the indigenous peoples. They are talking about reconciliation. What is reconciliation? What do we have to offer in today's realities where all of our powers have been set aside because of the colonial approach? This is a big concern. I will briefly finish by saying perhaps when we meet at the international level,
matters what bothers us, being in this planet.
We were able to think further or elaborate further on what first step must we take. What is our priority? These are our rights. It is regarding our rights. What must be part of our power? Where it is completely displaced, in fact, it seems misplaced. Well, this is the reality. If we go into negotiations, we have to be concerned. There is an attempt to extinguish our rights. And this has always been the situation. If we do not address this or respond to this, we should be concerned. We need to think today. We need to think today about the direction we want to go, so that we will know for sure how much of these rights we still maintain or have retained or hold, versus how it used to be when we were still the original peoples living in our original ways. If it could be recognized as that, as what it used to be, then that would be good, and we would be able to move forward. And this is how we could start to work towards reconciliation. If we don't move in this direction, we will be trampled upon, we will be rolled over, we will not be able to make our own legislation because the law will not be on our side.
We need to rectify that matter. And if we don't rectify that matter, and I think we are taking a big risk, in my opinion. So I, for one, looking for instrument at the international level where I can take my case and have it resolved for once and for all. That's where I'm coming from. Then we can begin to start moving ahead, establishing our own assembly at the international level, putting strength and unity within our people on the top of the world. Very important. Right now, they know who we are, but they don't know what we can do and the knowledge and information that we have obtained from our ancestors. Elderly peoples are very, very important people. Those are our foundation as Inuit.
We were raised, if we had not been raised as Inuit, if we had not been raised by our ancestors, we would not be sitting here today. It is only because they were extremely capable people that we can even sit here today. We must take this and keep it in our heart today from here. I will stop here for now.
I'll now turn the floor to Sarah Olsvik. Sarah?
I'm speaking in Greenlandic. Sarah, first, thank you so much for the speech. And you told us how Arctic Council was established and what the situation is today. Thank you for that. Arctic Council, you mentioned also a specific thing. The way they make decisions, because they need to agree with others, they need consensus before they can go into action. That way of decide things is very specific. But we also have people here who were joining the first World Conference for Arctic People in '73. Was that one of the proposals at that time? Because the way that you should have consensus before you can go into action. Because we know that in the parliaments and others, there are only majority that that decides what to decide. But I think that if we should believe that consensus is the way ahead and that's the way we should work upon, that we have to do something about it. Today, the situation today is that the Russians are not joining the work in council, and that means that the council cannot work because we need the consensus before we can go into action. So that's maybe something we should discuss further when the war is over sometime. We want to keep that consensus principle before we can go into action, just like the same way we do it in ICC. No action before no consensus. And the other thing I want to mention is when the Arctic Council still worked fully, and Gunn-Britt, she also said something about it. When it comes to scientific research, there are 6 working shops. In what way do we develop ahead? Because we all know that people who has a degree from the university are maybe being looked at as has more ability than others. But we also know that you don't need to be professor or have a university degree to understand and go on working with things. But it shows something about the situation that if you have a high grade of education, you'll be listened to more intensively if compared to if you don't have. And it also affects the way we get fundings. Because we know that scientific knowledge are highly looked at upon, but we also know today that and realize that hunters and fishermen's knowledge are at that position also. They also have a knowledge that the scientific doesn't have. In how can we succeed to be heard more as indigenous peoples, though we don't have university degrees? Because we have lost a lot now while Arctic Council cannot work fully. But on the other hand, if we didn't stop up the council work, we will still have a lot of challenges and problems to solve. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Nakomik. The next speaker is Emma Leonard from Greenland.
Yeah. Emma Leonard Seovung. I am Emma Leonard. I listened to you. We are on behalf of youth, representing our youth. We have given a big responsibility from you. And you tell us and highlight us about why and how Arctic Council was established and what the situation is now. And you are telling us the story of all that work that was done before we could sit here today. And I can say on behalf of the youth that I'm humble of that big work you have been doing, and we will continue the big work you already did. And we can hear that it's very, very important things you have been doing. The knowledge elders have, now it is a part of our knowledge. And they tell us, the elders, that which way to go and what way they did go when they achieved these things. That's results of all that work before. So you have made a construction that can live and survive, but we have still one thing to fight for. and that is that we should work and protect and do whatever for all Arctic people. We have to protect and take care of environment and nature. And that's why you are very important for us youth. And for that work we need to do, given by you. When it comes to oceans, and we are agreeing and we have the same understanding of how crucial and important waters and oceans are, and all living and fish and whatever is in the oceans. And we also heard how you prepared and succeeded different kinds of negotiations, and the way you did it, that's experience that is very valuable for us youth, especially when it comes to knowledge from indigenous peoples. That's we youth, we need to know the knowledge from before. It is not that, the fact is not that we cannot get any historical facts, but these things you are telling us from your heart, of course, is very valuable for us. Today we know who we are. Today we know what to do and what the work will be. We are aware of our responsibility, and I would like to ensure you that the Arctic people's youth are very interested but also inspired to work on with these things. Thank you so much.
Nakomik Emma. The next speaker is Michael Bro, also from Greenland.
Yes, Ryanak, and I agree with Emma. And I wish that youth and Arctic indigenous peoples living outside our traditional homelands also to be more included. We must fight for our rights together in unity. What affects us in our traditional homelands also affects Arctic indigenous peoples living outside our traditional homelands, as for instance when we move to Denmark. Today the EU makes restrictions and regulations that concerns our food systems and the way we live, destroying our livelihoods. The EU recently made restrictions on Inuit food so that we are only allowed to bring, for example, Medec to Denmark, carrying it in our hand luggage. So we can't send it anymore to Denmark. And this has very devastating consequences for Inuit living in Denmark. It's part of our life. Our foods are being confiscated and we are getting fines to pay, and this means that we are experiencing the
criminalized. Right?
We're being criminalized even though that we are not criminals. We just want to eat our foods. This means that our Arctic indigenous or our Arctic and indigenous knowledge, food systems, and claiming our rights as people go beyond the Arctic and our traditional homelands. We will not stop being from the Arctic. We will stay being from the Arctic, and we will not stop being indigenous peoples from the Arctic when we move or reside to outside our homelands. Some have to reside against our own will because of reasons that we are not in control of. When regulations affect us, whether it is in our homelands and outside our homelands, it affects us all. A lot of us also return. Therefore, I wish everyone to include indigenous people living beyond our traditional homelands to be included in conferences like this, and that we Arctic indigenous must have seats in all fora that concerns us, including the European Union, who also made the seal ban in 2009. That still has devastating consequences for Inuit universally. We are assimilated to a colonial state's nationality and can't claim our indigenous rights, since our governments don't even want to document our original nationality. Our governments in the Danish state doesn't document that we are Inuit, for example, and that makes it hard to claim all rights as indigenous peoples. We need to collaborate now and to secure and demand all rights universally, also from this forum. Bueno.
Nakomik, thank you, Michael. The next speaker is Asa Larson Blind from Sami.
Thank you. Thank you to the previous speakers, and thank you for the keynote. We've heard about how the Arctic Council came about and how the history of us being an integral part of the Arctic Council and how unique the forum of the Arctic Council and the setup is. And I want, as many others, to acknowledge the achievement to create that. And also the work that has been done since then, and also the work that is done by our representatives and our Indigenous peoples representatives in the Arctic Council since then. And also during these difficult times, these last few years with the pandemic and the pause and the stress to the system and to the structure of the Arctic Council that we have faced the recent years. And I'm also reiterating what Sara Olsvik said earlier, that it's so important that we reaffirm our commitment to the Arctic Council and how important it is that we now slowly find ways to get the Arctic Council up and running again and come back to just being able to do the important work that we are doing on all levels of the Arctic Council. And also to contribute to all the important research and the projects that are being conducted under the Arctic Council. And also, as has been mentioned, the Arctic Council is an important arena to lift and to highlight our indigenous knowledge. There are projects within the Arctic Council that are in the forefront of actually finding ways to co-produce knowledge and to find ways to enhance the recognition of our indigenous knowledge. And that is also something that the Arctic Council is an important arena for. And that is something that is not often lifted as an important task, but it is. And we see that also pushes the development in other places and in universities and within research. But we also need to recognize that we still have challenges, and we need to find ways to enhance also our own capacity to participate in a truly meaningful way in all levels of of the Arctic Council, and also to be able to develop our own structures at home and our own institutions, to be able to contribute with our knowledge and the solutions that we can bring to the table based on our knowledge and our cultural values. And we heard earlier mentioning the saying of Puyo that we are the face of the Arctic Council, the human face of the Arctic Council. And there are often mentionings of that the Arctic Council is for the people of the Arctic. And I would also like it to be for the peoples of the Arctic. And for that to truly be, then I would also like to then what the president of the Sami parliament from Norway said earlier in mentioning of the squirrel and who knows what the squirrel eats. For it to be truly for the peoples of the Arctic, we need to be able to bring our knowledge and our solutions to the table. And for that, we need the capacity to do so. And that is still, we've been with the Arctic Council since the start, and also we heard before it even started. But we still need to recognize that is still a challenge that we have to truly fill our positions and be able to do so in a good way. And we have come a long way. And we see we have several strong organizations. We need to also recognize that in '73, when there were a lot of strong people meeting, but all the organizations were not, we didn't meet then only as organizations, as we do now. Now we have our organizational structures. We've come a long way. We've built our own structures. But we still have a way to go there too. And this is also, I know, and have been for some time, a discussion within the Arctic Council on how to strengthen our participation and strengthen the PP capacity. And I believe that when we are now restarting or once again taking up the work within the Arctic Council, that is a discussion that we also need to follow up on. So I'll conclude with that for now. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. We have, I believe, 3 speakers that have raised their placards. We are already over time, so I will close the invitation to speak, but we'll invite those who have already raised their placards to continue. The next is Ini Simila from the Sami.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to thank for the previous youth speakers lifting the importance of our involvement, and I want to continue from there as a permanent participant youth representative of the Sami Council. In 2019, we had the first official youth gathering in Rovaniemi, where the youth strongly stated that there is a need for youth involvement in the Arctic Council and among the permanent participants. And then 2020, the Permanent Participant Youth Network was established. I think it's as in the Permanent Participant Youth Network, we think that it's important to involve youth in the work of the Arctic Council already in the early stage, as the youth are bringing fresh perspectives and ideas and are also the future leaders in the Arctic. I have been participating in the SAO meetings as part of the Sami Council delegation, and that has been a really valuable experience, and I have learned a lot from those meetings, and we have encouraged the other permanent participants and the states involve youth in their delegations as well. I am happy to see that in the Norwegian chairship there is a high focus on youth, and I hope that those plans are carried out with youth together, involving indigenous youth as well. I think it's important to continue involving youth in the work of the Arctic Council. As we have stated in Rovaniemi 2019, that we want to be part of the discussions fully and effectively already from the start, as we are not only the future leaders, but already leaders today. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Vivian Corthuis, you're next.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Vivian Corthius. I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for AVCP in Bethel, Alaska. I'm also on Alaska ICC Executive Board, and for the past 3 days here in the ICC delegate meeting, I served as the head of delegation. Thank you. So I participated in Alta, Norway, and really trying as delegates to that meeting to work on the declaration so that it means something to people at home. We really put some effort into that, and when the document was complete, we really had a sense that we owned it. And I know this section of our agenda speaks to, the whole, it's very complicated when we come to these meetings and try to figure out a pathway to bring issues forward on behalf of our people to this international arena. I really appreciated the keynote speakers because it set the context in which we can create a mindset that can benefit our own people wherever we come from. I also appreciated the armchair discussions, especially from the past leaders, because we have to understand how hard it was to get to where we are. We owe a great debt to those that were arrested, those who spent their own money, those who spent their whole lives getting us to this 50-year mark. I wish there was some way to express our appreciation other than just saying thank you. So I really want to figure out how to do that as a delegation. Earlier in the comments, we listened to the situation in East Greenland, where East Greenland was being described as being directly impacted by actions in Russia, and I don't know the details of that. But the comment was something was preventing Greenland from eating their food. And that really struck home with me because we have a situation on the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta in our region, the Arctic Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta in our region, where we are experiencing a salmon crash. There are no salmon returning to our rivers. We are subsistence people, and this summer on the Yukon, that is the situation, that is the reality. Again, the comment was something or someone is preventing us from eating our food, and that is a reality from where I come from. So my question is, how can the Arctic Council or the Arctic Peoples Conference help over 100,000 people directly impacted by the salmon crash on the Yukon-Kuskokwim Arctic region in Alaska? What can this body do to help us at the international level? This is the 4th year our people are experiencing a famine, a food famine. We should be jumping up and down and saying something about it. So it goes to the point of this whole discussion. What is the platform that we can use? Is it this platform? Is it a different platform? Or what is the mechanism for local people, local Inuit, to voice their concern? Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. Really important questions. And I think we will have to think long and hard about the question you raised, not just in this section, but over the course of the next day and a half. The last speaker on my list is Christina Heita from the Sápmi.
Kiitos. And thank you everyone for this interesting discussion. As head of the cultural unit in the Sámi Council, I thought that I should share some thoughts about the importance to strengthen the work for the Arctic indigenous art and cultural field within the Arctic cooperation. Our art, culture, handicraft, music and vocal traditions are such an important and holistic part of being indigenous, of being ourselves and our lives. And without it, we are nothing. And of course, our art and culture is highly connected to our lands, to our traditions, to the work that we all feel that we have, bringing our culture forward to the generations to come. It's all connected. But we work with the frames that the Nordic national states has built within their structures, and also with the expectation that those structures also should support and develop our artists and our culture workers. And and also the Sámi art field, we have had a lot of discussions how we feel that this limits the ability to strengthen ourselves, our art, our culture, because we are not able to work within structures that are based in our own values and our own terms. We feel that our artistic freedom is challenged, is quite weak, and yes, that this is something that within the Sámi art field we are now working to strengthen. I thought I should share that right after the summer we are arranging a conference called Kultur Sápmi, which is the one and only place that we, as Sami artists and culture workers, have to meet and to discuss our own field, and to bond and connect and to be together. And Kultur Sápmi as a conference feels like home. And that is what I dream for the cultural politics for indigenous peoples in the Arctic. It should feel home, and it doesn't feel home today. We are not part of cultural politics today. Right before the summer, a lot of Sami artists joined Nuuk Nordic, the festival. And I wasn't there, unfortunately, but I got a lot of updates on how amazing it was to be able to discuss and share thoughts about art and culture with your own brothers and sisters. So I think that is something that is really important that we bring along as we talk about how to strengthen the Arctic indigenous cooperation, and that we actively ask for recognition that our artists and our culture workers own themselves. We have self-determination, first and foremost. Yes, I think I could talk about this for a long time, but I think since we are running out of time, we'll stop there. So, Kiihto, thank you so much.
Thank you so much to everybody who contributed to this conversation. In summary, we heard a lot about the strength of the Arctic Council and the need to continue to work on trying to improve it. There were constructive points made about the involvement of Indigenous peoples, the model of governance within the Arctic Council, especially consensus-based decision-making, and then the scope of the Arctic Council as well in relation to the type of work that it entails. We also heard right off the bat from Sam Alexander about the need to work together, perhaps outside of the Arctic Council structure, to share common issues and concerns and work on things that affect all of us as Arctic Indigenous peoples. Throughout the conversation, we heard about many of those areas, whether it be arts and culture and craft, or wildlife and fish, and the concerns that we have that not only are affecting us in one part of the Arctic, but have common concerns throughout. We heard very strongly about the inclusion of youth and the strength of youth to not only work towards what we want to achieve in the future, but also the perspectives that can be provided today. Also, Charlie Watt brought forward something that has been brought forward through the ICC processes over a number of years, the concept of working more towards sovereignty in a larger sense of Indigenous peoples in the Arctic. And certainly that is a concept, again, just like one of the questions that was raised, that we all can think about for the rest of our conference. The concept of governance and our own sovereignty in relation to decision making is certainly something to all think about. We have an outcomes document that we are working on, and we will try to incorporate some of these key points into a document that we are working on and can present to this group tomorrow. I want to close by reflecting on one of the pictures I saw this morning. Josie Kusugok was a part of the 1973 conference and was the biggest mentor of mine in my career. And he always would be humming Beatles songs. And you could see with his hair in the picture that obviously he wanted to be one of the Beatles. But I think of the lyrics in relation to Revolution. You say you want a revolution, well, you know, we all are going to change the world. Nakamik, everyone.
Kiitos, Kuyanak. Thank you everybody for your valuable inputs for this open discussion. We are running a little bit late of our schedule, but I want to be kind to you and give a little break. I think we will have a 10-minute break now, and then we'll move on to the last segment of today. And this will be a very good opportunity for you to discuss your views regarding cooperation. What have you learned? What has been valuable to you with the international Arctic cooperation? What has been difficult? What do you want to share with others? So please think about these questions during the break, and feel free to contribute in the last part of today's program. So let's have a 10-minute break, or almost 10 minutes. Let's say 3:55 we gather back here, and then there is a daily Sambodoro's keynote before the open dialogue. So small break now. Dear friends, conference participants, delegates, I hope you have filled your coffee cups and gotten something to bite from the coffee table. So I ask you to start returning to your seats so we can continue with our program in a minute.
Hi, Daly. Can you hear us? Daly?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good. And we hear you too.
I have a bit of an echo on my side. Actually, no, it stopped. I think we're okay.
Yeah, I think it's because I had the microphone on, so I'm going to turn it off while you're speaking.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Okay, then. Again, please find your seats so that we can move on with our program. So next on our program, we have another keynote, which will be the last one for today. And it will be delivered by Dr. Daly Sambo-Durrow, who is the former chair of the Inuit Circumpolar Council and currently is the Arctic representative of the expert mechanism on the rights of indigenous peoples, which is actually convening these very days, which is the reason why she was not able to join us. But we are very happy that, Daly, you are able to join us online and give us your keynote speech on indigenous peoples and human rights. So please, everybody, let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Daly Sambo-Durrow.
Qiyanak. First of all, allow me to extend a warm greeting from every single member of the UN Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I had to exit the MRIP member meeting in order to deliver this keynote presentation, and as I exited the room, they all started waving and indicating that I should say a big hello to all the Arctic Indigenous peoples that are not present in Geneva for the UN MRIP session. They hope to see everyone gathered there, at least all of those who can make it, at the next MRIP session. So I'll begin my presentation. I don't have a PowerPoint, and I hope that the lack of photographs or any other image will not bore you to death. So thank you for this opportunity to address the matter of human rights developments in favor of Indigenous peoples on this auspicious occasion of the 50th anniversary of the Arctic Peoples Conference. I'm really honored to have been asked to do so. I want to highlight a few breakthroughs, urge increased efforts to occupy the space we have created, and finally suggest ways in which we can remove the cloak of colonialism that persists across our Arctic traditional territories. First, allow me to quote objectives from one of the original resolutions that emerged 50 years ago in Copenhagen. In any negotiations of the crucial issues, we expect participation in a position of full equality. Another quote, recognize with honesty and clarity the collective ownership to the lands and waters traditionally used and occupied by each indigenous group. Also, there was reference to recognition of rights as peoples entitled to the dignity of self-fulfillment and realization. This further means that there must not be any displacement or interference with our rights by governments and or industry, nor can there be any disturbance of our lands. These were important messages 50 years ago. Solely based on our own determination and political enterprises, we have organized our respective institutions to pursue these fundamental objectives. We have made extraordinary gains, not based on the goodwill of governments. Certainly, governments had and continue to have a role to play, and we continue to extend a hand in partnership in various fora to solidify the recognition of our human rights. However, my point or my message is that such gains are the result of our political will, our diplomacy, our capacity, our intellect, and our understanding of the world around us. 2 days ago here in Geneva, the Haudenosaunee memorialized the 100th anniversary of Desgaje's struggles to gain the attention of the League of Nations. Indigenous peoples have also celebrated the anniversary of the 1977 Conference on Racism and Racial Discrimination against the Indigenous Peoples of the Americas. In this context, it is remarkable that even prior to this 1977 conference, Inuit and Sami were organizing to advance their respective efforts to safeguard their distinct cultural integrity. If one takes the broad view and understands the holistic nature of our political, economic, social, cultural, and spiritual rights, everything we have done concerns human rights and our separate or collective actions in every national, regional, and international context. Our engagement to devise human rights standards stems from what Eben Hobson, the founder of the ICC, referred to as the need for uniform respect for our distinct rights. The trilogy of international human rights instruments, namely the Indigenous and Tribal Peoples Convention number 169 of the ILO, the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, are all relevant to us as Arctic Indigenous peoples. This is a triumph. I reference all three instruments because of the complementary and mutually reinforcing nature of the norms reflected in these instruments, as well as those in other international human rights instruments that apply to the Arctic. Indeed, one must acknowledge the right of all peoples to self-determination in Common Article 1 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, both adopted in 1966, just 7 years prior to the 1973 Arctic Peoples Conference. Allow me to make a point about the UN Declaration, especially because it is, to my knowledge, the longest discussed and negotiated human rights instrument in UN history. It also was the first time that the subjects of the instrument, in this case, Indigenous peoples, participated extensively along with states in its formulation. This process set an important benchmark for Indigenous peoples' democratic participation in UN standard setting. To be sure, Arctic Indigenous peoples, and particularly the ICC and the Sami Council, made significant, influential contributions. The UN Declaration continues to grow in significance. Regional and domestic courts and commissions are increasingly relying on the UN Declaration. It's also important to comment on the status of the Declaration. Our present challenges include comprehensive implementation, as well as, unfortunately, a lack of understanding of the legal status of the UN Declaration. As the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples has expressed, one of the contributing factors to lack of implementation is how the UN Declaration is characterized by member states. The Special Rapporteur emphasized the normative weight of this important instrument, as well as its crucial foundation for equality and human rights. From 2011 to 2014, the International Law Association Committee on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, where I was fortunate to be a member of the committee, undertook and prepared an expert commentary on the UN Declaration, wherein we confirmed several notable features about its legal status and the effect or effects of its comprehensive provisions. The ILA committee concluded that the UN Declaration has diverse legal effects, and in particular, a few of its provisions fall into the category of customary international law, thereby resulting in significant legal effects as well as UN member state obligations. Too often we hear states say, oh, the document is just aspirational. What many don't realize is that this pronouncement by the ILA committee creates legal obligations on the part of states in the context of our rights as Indigenous peoples. Regarding the ILA 2010 committee report, which was delivered at The Hague, the home of the International Court of Justice, the committee affirmed that, and I quote, the relevant areas of Indigenous peoples' rights with respect to which the discourse on customary international law arises are self-determination, autonomy or self-government, cultural rights and identity, land rights, as well as reparation, redress, and remedies. Further to implementation, it is crucial for us to move implementation forward by undertaking our own engagement to aggressively activate the employment of all interrelated norms in everything we do. Our continuing work helps to educate governments about the content of the norms, as well as UN member state obligations to us as Indigenous peoples concerning our distinct status, rights, and role. Turning to my message of the need to occupy the space that we have carved out within the international sphere, it is crucial that we show up. I mean, that sounds so simple. It's more complicated than that, as we all know, especially when we look at our respective budgets and everything. But it's crucial that we show up and that when we do, we must be prepared and focused with strategic and tactical objectives in mind. This means reviewing and assessing the content of the subject matter, understanding the venue and its actors, but even more importantly, identifying and determining in advance what is the overall benefit for engaging as Arctic Indigenous peoples. This is something that ASLAT, for example, is very familiar with in their discussions as the Sami Council. We must recognize our financial and human resource conditions and be highly selective about engaging in measures that ultimately strengthen our status, role, and rights, consistent with the minimum standards embraced by the world community. We must effectively work to raise the human rights standards. These are acts of self-determination. We have demonstrated impressive diplomacy as Arctic Indigenous peoples within the Arctic Council, as well as multiple diverse international venues. Again, at the same time, we must be both selective about engagement, plus strengthening our diplomatic actions by threading human rights throughout every effort we undertake. Too often, leaders have treated human rights as a portfolio distinct from discrete forums, when in fact, human rights, our rights, should inform and saturate every policy and advocacy action that we take. These are acts of self-determination. We have arrived at a time when a succession plan is needed. We must become genuine about mentoring and sharing responsibility with our young people. Provision of real opportunities and not simply internships, fellowships, and short-term engagement. Encouraging participation of our young people means all young people, recognizing the diversity of our youth, including LGBTQ2S+. We must also include youth that may not have grown up connected to their culture. We need to welcome them and encourage them. The space that we create must also be inclusive and inviting to young people. Sharing responsibility means recognizing young people's contributions, not just in tokenistic expressions of inclusion, but prioritizing their goals, their perspectives, and their collective decisions. Here again, this requires increased financial support. In my view, increased Arctic focus has increased Arctic interest from many actors, including the philanthropic community. Here too, we must devote time and energy to capturing a greater bulk of such support, and we must do so consistent with the human rights standards that we have influenced and agreed to. These are acts of self-determination. Finally, my third point emphasizes actions that may help us to remove the cloak of colonialism that has stymied our unity and stifled our political development. Across our respective societies as Arctic Indigenous peoples, we must recognize our foundation of strength, the foundation that we have quietly but effectively built over millennia. We must also be intentional about encouraging all to embrace our identity as Arctic Indigenous peoples, to be proud of who we are, where we come from, proud of our families and communities. And this really goes to the heart of our right to be different and to be respected as such, as affirmed in the UN Declaration. Our strength is that we occupy a unique region of the world. Indeed, we are the only Indigenous people of the cryosphere, as there are no people indigenous to Antarctica. This makes us very distinct. Our lands, ice, snow, and waters, and our profound relationship with our natural world is a strength. Our cultures and languages are a strength. Our families, youth, and of course our elders are a strength. Our holistic view of the whole Arctic ecosystem and the longevity of our knowledge and observations, and our extraordinary understanding of the Arctic and the fact that it is embedded in our languages and our way of life, all contribute to our strength. As Arctic Indigenous peoples, as one young Inuk from Alaska, Addie Amasuk, stated at a recent gathering, we need to be determined to be self-determined. She was urging others to undertake actions, statements, and initiatives to demonstrate that we, as distinct peoples, are determined to be self-determining in everything we do. Simply getting by is insufficient. We need to raise up our values and our long-term desires and aspirations and truly let them guide our day-to-day activities as Arctic Indigenous peoples, as leaders of Arctic Indigenous peoples. We must manifest intentional expressions and definitive actions that are grounded in self-determination, which is the prerequisite for the exercise and enjoyment of all other human rights. We need to also understand how we can shed the nation-state colonial cloak that has socialized our people, the ones that have too often shrouded our actions. We must insist on a paradigm shift, and we must be the first ones to make that change in thinking ourselves. Certainly, decolonization requires full respect for our right of self-determination. We must think of security, not in terms of the national security of our respective nation states, but in our overall security as distinct Indigenous peoples. One example is that of the security of Inuit Ninat. Our security is not necessarily within the realm of Nordic state security because Denmark colonized Kalaalleq Nunaat. It is not solely based on the sovereignty of Canada across the high Arctic. It should not be based on great power politics of the United States and the Russian Federation. Furthermore, for example, the people of Greenland, geographically a part of North America and intimately tied to all Inuit to the west, may consider joining the Organization of American States in future. In this way, they would be able to not only take up advantage of the human rights regime of this regional organization, but also those of all other international human rights instruments and intergovernmental organizations. This is but one example of shedding the cloak of colonialism. In conclusion, our security should be based upon our capacity and our identity, which has informed our distinct status, role, and rights as Arctic Indigenous peoples. We engaged in the quest for equality in every argument to gain the unqualified application and attachment of the right of self-determination to us as distinct Arctic Indigenous peoples. We won this battle based on the absolute prohibition of racial discrimination in international human rights law. Indeed, this is the understanding of legal scholars, many UN member states, human rights treaty bodies, and others. As provided in the UN Declaration, we must also be intentional about and interpret the human rights that we have gained in accordance with the principles of justice, democracy, respect for human rights, equality, non-discrimination, good governance, and good faith. Now, let us move towards the next 50 years based on the rigorous exercise of our right of self-determination to safeguard the political, economic, social, cultural, and environmental security of our people and our traditional territory, the Arctic. May we always be the people of the cryosphere. May we always be Arctic Indigenous peoples. Qiyanak.
Kuyanak Olugihtu, thank you very, very much. Daily, you just received a standing ovation. I'm not sure if you saw that, but that was very inspirational as always. And thank you for taking time during ongoing MRIP session to come and greet the Arctic Peoples Conference. I will definitely send a hello back to you from the whole conference, and you are very much missed here, but you are doing important work there in Geneva.
Thank you.
Yes, we are waving back to you.
Okay.
Yes, so let's move on to the final part of today. Which is round table. It is not quite round, it's more like an octagon, but let's have an octagon discussion on Arctic peoples' cooperation. And to lead this segment of the program, I will invite Rune Fjellheim. You introduced yourself as a senior advisor, but it says on the program that you're a special advisor, so I think you are quite special, so you can choose what to use. But yeah, welcome, Rune.
Thank you so much, Aslak. Let's make it special senior advisor. So. Yes, I'm asked to moderate this round table discussion. I would like to also thank Daly for her excellent keynote. I think there's food for thought for all of us in the years to come to actually embrace the concept of self-determination and truly determine how to exercise that. Now to the topic of the round table, namely cooperation. Through cooperation, we are in a continuous process of learning from one another. Appreciating the different ways in which we adapt to our common home, the Arctic. We learn how each community thrives amidst the challenges, how we innovate, how we honor our past, and envision our future. Cooperation brings the enormous advantage of shared knowledge, resources, and cultural exchange. It amplifies our voices and strengthens our ability to influence policies that directly affect us. This unity is our most significant asset in advocating for our land rights and cultural heritage. Our interactions present opportunities to learn from each other's wisdom and ingenuity, each other's unique way of life, This exchange of knowledge and practices enriches our understanding, helps us adapt better, and builds a shared sense of identity. But as with any worthwhile endeavor, challenges are inevitable. Communication barriers, lingual barriers, geopolitical tension, divergent goals, and a changing climate, amongst others, pose considerable obstacles. It is in tackling these challenges together that we demonstrate our strength and resilience. So with those introductory words, I open the floor for sharing more of our experience around collaboration. We have some questions, main questions up on the board. And we'll just work our way through them. I won't post them one by one, but I think they are guiding questions for what we want to accomplish with this roundtable debate. And the first speaker that has requested the floor is Aviaya Linge. You have the floor.
I will do it in English because some of the terms I will use are kind of so new to talk about in Greenland, and we don't talk enough about them yet, so I find it easier in English. Good and strong cooperation cannot happen with good words only. It has to be done in practice. We have been treated as and told that we were not good enough. We still go through intergenerational colonial trauma, and on top of that, many of us also go through personal trauma. We all share a longing and a need to be free and exactly who we are. We are tired of being told when we are worthy or not, as Inuit or indigenous peoples in general. Today we are aware of the many inhumane violations against us, and new horrible truths are still coming into light. In Greenland, it recently came out that the Danish government forced coils on thousands of girls and young women. Some of them were 11 years old, and the coils used were made to women who had given birth. The used coils did not fit the size of the girl's uterus. Now, how can we begin to heal, empower, and stop intergenerational trauma for our new generation? In this context, I like to bring on an important question also in relation to this question about better cooperation. What stands in the way for healing and empowerment and better cooperation? Some of the powerful tools of the colonizers have been to mentally colonize us. Because once we no longer feel our own worth, we're easier to control. Another tool has been to individualize us. Because once we are apart from a collective, we are easy to split, to fragment, and by weakening our collective soul, the colonizer can take away our power. Unfortunately, no matter how much we have fought against it, our communities are still affected by the consequences from mental colonization and individualization. Some of the consequences are informal and unhealthy social control and lateral violence. I feel the urge to break this taboo here today and put words on these unhealthy leftovers that are violating our communities, our families, and our children and youth. Through social control and lateral violence, members of our collectives, our own collectives, and individuals are being controlled by some of our own people who have taken over the colonizers' way of using power over people just to get what they individually want. It's creating unhealthy collectives where healing cannot take place and where empowerment can't work because we can't heal and empower while putting down each other. Truth is, many of us are working hard to change the lives of our communities while carrying intergenerational trauma, personal trauma, while being challenged by colonial structures and experiencing social control and lateral violence from our own people. Look at our children, look at the youth in here. We need to break this path. Let us not make the colonizers win. Let us not become our own worst enemies. Qoyana.
Thank you so much. That's food for thought. Next is Pira-Heikka Motka.
Thank you. Some years ago, it was actually several years ago, but I'm purposely not being specific. I was one of the attendees of the joint Sami and Inuit Youth Capacity Building Project, which was a joint project between the ICC and the Sami Council. The aim of the program was to ensure the continuation and transfer of the vast amount of institutional knowledge that lies within our organizations regarding indigenous rights, the Arctic cooperation, the UN system, and the international indigenous cooperation as a whole. We got to visit the ICC offices here in Kalaallit Nunaat, the Sami Parliament in Anar, the Senior Arctic Official Meeting in Levi, and also the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues in New York. We were mentored by several Arctic dignitaries, such as Hjalmar Dahl, Gun-Britt Retter, Akalo Lynge, Jon Bernhard Henriksen, Kopi Kleist, Rune Fjellheim, Aviaya Lynge, and several others. And I know that Hjalmar has previously noted that the participants to the program have ended up in high-level positions in our societies, institutions, and organizations. And I know that among those present here, at least Kuluk, Lybert, Rosa Maren Magga, and Petra Laiti participated in the program. And I want to to highlight this as an example of best practice. And I strongly suggest that such a youth capacity program be carried out again, as the friendship and connections made and the knowledge shared and transferred is an excellent way to carry on the Arctic indigenous cooperation. Qoyanak kiitos.
Thank you, Pira-Heikka. The next is Karen Anderson.
Hello, everybody. My name is Karen Anderson from Nain Nunatsiavut. And I was going through the questions, and one of them are, why is the cooperation of our people so important? And in my opinion, it is like, because even though we all come from different parts of the world, we all share something in common. We are all indigenous. Whether we're Inuit, First Nation, Sami, we all share equal successions and similar struggles. To come from an isolated town where sometimes the only way out is by plane, I have to say being here surrounded by indigenous leaders is so inspiring, and it makes you, such as myself, want more for our rights, our peoples, our communities, and our culture. Thank you for having us youth delegates here. I only hope we return home and become better change for our communities. Nakumik.
Thank you so much. Next is Herbert Akimayak.
Good afternoon, Kuyanini. Thank you for giving me the floor. Before we carry on, sorry, a bit loud here, I'd like to, some of these questions require partnerships, and first of all, I'd like to recognize Canada's senior Arctic official, Mr. Robert Keras, who's here today. I had the privilege to work with Robert in past negotiations and also participating in other Arctic Council forums. And also thank you and all the speakers, all the presentations today were pretty uplifting. I think this gives an opportunity for youth to see how this octagon functions, and I think this may give future octagons or future roundtables maybe a little bit of reform, because right now the Arctic Council, a lot of work are paused right now. So we were discussing earlier that we haven't really had a chance to see how this forum functions, as well as how do we carry out projects that are green and others that don't revolve certain countries at the Arctic Council level, which are very much important and need to carry on, as if each day that some projects are paused literally affect our lives in the Arctic. And I think having that awareness to the rest of the world and also to the rest of the Arctic states and Indigenous peoples, permanent participants, is really key, so that we can start to think of how we can, I guess, how do you say, reform, maybe this might morph into something different, something workable, and something that will benefit all Indigenous people. I'm just going to go through your questions here, if you don't mind. Why is the cooperation between our people so important? A lot of the decisions that are made at the Arctic Council level at times when certain permanent participants may not attend, may not be there present for decisions, and especially with Arctic states and near Arctic states observers, we need to ensure that we're there. You know, we have elders who have been here from the beginning. We have a lot of us. I like to commend folks like Sam and others who fought really hard. Actually, gone to the capital, to DC and fought for the Porcupine Caribou herd. It's victories like that that really need to be recognized, at this forum, so that the youth can kind of see that there is a history, there's a knowledge, and every time we lose somebody that has that knowledge and that ability to coordinate an approach that'll benefit Indigenous peoples, we need to ensure that those are documented and respected, and also put out there. Communications is very key. We were talking within Inuit. As some of you observed yesterday, that sometimes our communications is not really effective, and I think that's what we need to improve here, so that we have better informed decisions with the data, without using our knowledge systems to make decisions that respect and reflect everybody around this table. What is added value of such cooperation? We help each other. There are some groups that have much capacity in certain aspects, and others in other aspects of the Arctic, our world. We're all the same, but we have a lot of differences that are unique to us, and ensure that we need to ensure that we help each other where we can. There was a speaker earlier on, I don't know if it was today or yesterday, that encouraged that, and I think we really need to reflect that in our decisions, in our way forward, so that we're not duplicating. Where it'll increase cooperation, coordination, to make us much more kind of a well-oiled machine and more effective in the work that we do. What do we learn from each other? Best practices. Some organizations have been working on certain aspects, the United Nations, the Arctic Council, much longer than others. I think just helping each other, it would help us move forward, because at certain times in our lives that we, there's change. Sometimes there's change in each of the organizations. We need to ensure there's continuity, and having that would be beneficial. Has there been any challenges? Geez, there's been many challenges. Like I think our elders here from the conversation this morning, we're just, we're keeping we're pedaling the bike together. And I think that's really, really important. So I think the founders have really, the forefathers and sisters have really broken the ground and opened the avenue for a lot of us. And now we need to ensure that we do that respectfully in everything that we do as we move ahead. Respect is key when it comes to our differences and moving ahead. How can we secure a strong cooperation in the future? I think we need to have more roundtables like this. Every, maybe I would say, less than 50 years, so that there's continuity. There's a cultural history that's respected and understood by the youth, because we're 10 years from now, a lot of us may not be here. And if we have that corporate history, it's like having a manual for the job that you're doing or any task that you need. Sometimes with organizations like this, especially with Indigenous knowledge, sometimes when we lose an elder, we lose a library. That's gone. But for forums like this, if we had a working manual, and for every, we have heads of delegation. We have one sitting here next to us. We can really provide a way forward so that there's a template for us to work with, and it may help. It may help. I wouldn't say making shortcuts, but it'll help us kind of find those side doors, back doors, and if we need to crash the front door, some of those manuals, that's a good thing to have in front of you as well too. One of the, Sarah mentioned yesterday at lunch, and as well this morning, she's been arrested 3 times, and now, I think we're past that realm, but we need to recognize that people fought hard, and we need to. I think just I'm taking a lot of time here, but I think respect, ensuring that that our dialogue is actually what are we working for, what are we working towards, and what's the end goal, and we need to ensure that our presence at all of these decisions and all of these topics in a changing Arctic, that we are there and we support each other and we utilize our Indigenous knowledge more to ensure that it's reflective on the decisions that are made in all of our countries and especially in the Arctic, because the Arctic's warming. We're going to only get more attention, and we're going to need to develop more capacity in that. And I think funding is part of it as well too. We work well with sometimes with our states, but we need to find a way forward that's that'll reflect and benefit all of our Indigenous people around the table here. I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Herbert. Next is Evelyn Starr, please.
I just want to share some thoughts, and whoever's taken notes can pull out from my comments if I'm answering the questions or not. But after the lady here spoke, and listening to the last session, I feel that I just need to speak to let people know, I guess, what I've been thinking about and what I've been feeling, when we think about why we're here and who we're representing. Our people back home and from each of our different countries, we're here on their behalf to, I guess, trying to find ways to help them with whatever they may be dealing with. We hear, how some, like in Alaska, they don't have the food that they usually have. They're without that. And that's a huge impact on people. And I think when we come to these type of forums, we listen and, like she's saying, what can this forum do to help? And there's so many other different issues that we're dealing with. And we can't I don't think we can move ahead if we try to deal with them separately. I hear a lot of the youth saying they want to be involved, and that how can we support them? And that's something that we really have to look at, is how we can support our youth when they have a desire and they want to be involved. You know, what's happening in our countries, I mean, especially back home, is that we're dealing with, we're not dealing with COVID, but we have another big pandemic that we're dealing with, and it's drugs. It's come into our communities, our people are dying, and we have to think, how can we address those kind of issues? Over the last few days, and this is the first time I've actually come to this type of big forum, you know, I just couldn't help but think, well, what about these other issues? And they're all interrelated. You cannot separate anything. You know, if we're short of food, it's going to affect the family. The main providers in those families will start feeling that they're not doing what they're meant to do. It's going to affect their mental health, and that's the things that we're dealing with. And, you know, and I think when we speak to our youth and they ask, okay, what did you go to the meeting and what happened? You know, I need to think of how I can bring some of what's going to be happening at, from the outcomes of the meeting, how it's going to be a benefit. And we talk about being a people of the Arctic, and that's across, you know. And I just really feel strongly that we have to be able to support one another. And I think we have to be able, when we come to these forums, to talk openly about those issues that are taking the lives of our people, not because of lack of food, but because of so many other negative influences. And we can go on and talk about the drug pandemic, the suicide, and all those other issues that are taking the lives of our young people. And I'm very encouraged by the young people that are here. They're taking a step, and if we can use them to reach out to others, to help them to understand that they're important, that may change their mindset. And they may have some hope at the end, you know, to continue to do whatever they're doing with the support that we can provide. So I think, you know, we say, how can we support each other? What can make cooperation? We have to be there to help each other no matter where we come from. And that's what we talk about back in the region in Canada, because, you know, we have Gwich'in here, we have the Inuvialuit, we're neighbors, we're family, but we don't separate when it comes to the work that needs to go on. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. Next is Lars-Anders Bär.
Okay. Dear colleagues, allow me to give some kind of a senior comments and also some reminders about our cooperation. Since 1973, especially the ICC and the Sami Council, we work together in many matters internationally, but also regionally. And over time, of course, this establishment of the Arctic Council was a breakthrough, because then we created some kind of a institutionalized cooperation, and we had also a financial base to do that. And later on, I want to remind you that in I think it's 1991, and that had also to do with the establishment of the Arctic Council. And at the time, we realized that we need to have some kind of internal talks about how to work politically, not only within the Arctic Council, because at the same time, we had this process within the United Nations, the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We had a discussion about the establishment of the the permanent forum. So in that sense, we then, ICC invited to a Arctic Leader Summit in '91. And during that summit, we had discussion about, of course, about the Arctic Council itself, but also with other processes, how we should work, and had some tactical and strategic discussion how to act together in the UN system, also together with other indigenous peoples outside the Arctic. So, this Arctic Leader Summit was some kind of a continue. We had one meeting in Moscow, and the final one was in the 6th, was in Rovaniemi in 2019. So there is actually some kind of answer also. We have some kind of a structure how to discuss and raise matter that is quite internal to how to work internationally. So it is on place, and of course this also, because I think the pandemic created some kind of a, not a blackout, but created some problems also I think it's important to remind ourselves that it is already established a system, so we have to use that. And now that when the Arctic Council expanded, including even a broader part of members, of course this cooperation is even more important to have clear communications between each other, and also a forum where we can discuss internal matters, how to work within the field of the Arctic Council, but also in the UN. And now we realize that we are now hitting by many of the international megatrends. One of these megatrends that is coming and going, that's called the wars. We have had armed conflicts that have heavily affected indigenous peoples, not up in the north lately, of course, but in other places we have, and the climate change is probably creating more conflicts in indigenous areas. So and now it's very close with the war in Ukraine. So, and we don't know how long this conflict will and where it will end, but we can already see the effects now. So, I think it's quite important to have this forum where we can discuss matters that affects our all, and this means all matters, not only how we should work globally, but also internal matters that maybe only specifies on the situation in Canada or the situation in Sweden or in Finland or in Norway or in other Arctic countries. So I think it's quite important for us on the Sami side to learn about the situation in Canada, Alaska and Greenland, because we can share views and also have a lesson learned from each countries. And I think this would be also quite helpful for the nation states where we are living in. I think they are also should be at least quite happy if they have good advices, at least also to encourage the governments also to cooperate in a broader way, to show ways and means how to interact with the indigenous peoples, and in different ways also how to implement the UN Declaration and the rights of indigenous peoples. So we have to both push ourselves, but also the governments, and encourage them to increase the level of cooperation, and also put in more financial resources to make it possible, because we have a lot of common between us, but also these countries concerned have also could gain heavily if they can find means and ways and to improve the situation of the indigenous people, which also means that it is improve the situation of the countries concerned. And now with the climate change and also with this new green economy, the indigenous peoples in the north, we are now confronting with this green economy, meaning that the resources up in our areas is very attractive, not only for the states we are living in, but also the world community and all the enterprises that are around the world. So my final comment is that I think this we should reestablish now after the pandemic, these meetings with these indigenous leader summits, so we can have internal discussion. And in one way, this is one of these events, but I think I stop there. Thank you.
And the next, thank you, Lars Anders. The next is Aslak Jensen.
Thank you. I attended first time Arctic Council. First of all, I'd like to thank Akkadu and Buyu that are here present, and together with Lars Andersberg. Thank you so much that you guys were present, ensuring that Arctic Council was to be established, and also ensuring that indigenous peoples in the Arctic have a stronger voice, and no decisions are being made without the Inuit. In this way, you secured that the Inuit voice was to be heard. It is a huge achievement. It's a triumph. Many young people today, for the next coming 50 years, we have to ask our youth, what is it that you would like to achieve if we are to bring this spirit on from now? When I think of my own country, one of the first things I think of is food security. Because if you live in a country without food security, that makes no life there. We are coming from very different countries, and we are coming from very different games and animals. And because of the consequences of the colony, and in many ways, our way of traditional ways of how we use our game has been challenged in a big time. A lot of food from outside is being imported to our country. It has changed our lifestyle a lot. In a modern time as we have today, and since the European person arrived to Greenland, they brought their own lifestyle. Even we, Inuit, we had to pay a lot of our own taxation to ensure that they were bringing their own food in much cheaper than our own foods. It's about time we ask ourselves, what is this? Why don't we give subsidiary to our own country foods and making our own country foods even more expensive than foods that's being imported? And how come we have a law that says that we give revenue, we subsidize food from outside? Some countries are more ahead than others. Some have governments, some have parliaments. But some of our fellow Inuit and indigenous Arctic people have not reached the point where they have their own parliaments and governments yet. I have a livelihood as a fisherman and hunter since childhood. Someday I understood that the food that my country can provide for me, that I could no longer sell it to my fellow Inuit, because the politicians said that there's a regulation that says so. So the previous talker said, thank God that we have court system, that we could also use the court systems to highlight and emphasize our rights as human beings, indigenous peoples. I brought a case to the High Court, and the first person I met was a Qallunaq. And he told me that I need a lawyer, and that lawyer is also a Qallunaq. But one thing that I like to highlight is that in my own country and my own indigenous people's rights, that I am giving limit access to my own country food, and I'm bringing that to the court. So as the court case started, they were looking at me, sorry for the word I'm using. They thought I was simply crazy, because the Europeans don't even understand what it's all about. I'm sitting next to elders that were more than 80 years old, that were brothers and sisters, or two brothers. They were raised to use kayak only for hunting. We have brought in the European law. We have the European Constitution, a constitution that comes from the colony nation and made by the colony lawyers. The court case went for 3 years. It was very heavy, and it was very resource consuming. At the end, they gave up, and we won. Because I kept on using who told, who in this room know more of how to prepare the country foods here? You, the lawyer, or the hunter that has been raised, born and raised in this country and being taught on how to use his own country foods? And he's born and raised here and being taught traditional way on how to utilize and prepare the country foods. This lawyer could not answer me. He tried to slow me down within 3 years. Let me say one more time, I'd like to give the young people, the youth, a thought regarding the future. If you still are thinking of the future and you want to achieve something greater, we need the youth also to study law, because it's not good enough just that we use the court system and fight for our rights. It is so important that our young people also are educated as lawyers to represent us. Sometimes we can't argue, come up with our own arguments, not knowing about the law that's there. So there's a lot of pressure on our youth. The laws and the rights of this country, if we are to be the winners of this country, if we are to be the winners of the society towards the mining companies, towards the countries that are from outside putting pressure on our lifestyle, and the polluters outside that are preventing us from having the right country foods and food security, are even threatening our lifestyle. Women that have been are even saying that the children are, they're even saying that the women that are carrying our babies are being contaminated because they're eating our country foods. Even when we know these circumstances, it is so important that we know our rights. And if we are starting court cases, we as Arctic peoples, we have to have our own strong lawyers as well to represent us strongest. Europeans will never give up their to fight for their own interests in the Arctic in the future as well. So it is so important that we are precautious about these circumstances like this. I can mention so many items that I'd like to raise, but I always felt like I said yesterday. For those of you that have listened to my intervention yesterday, I have felt that I am a hunter and I'm a fisherman, but sometimes I feel that I'm the hunted one. But I will not be caught as long as I'm working together with you and ICC, and I'm here to be the part of the tool to fight for the rights, to find the right tools, to find solutions. I will stop here. I'm just coming up with the big, hoping the best for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Aslak, for that strong point made. Vivian Courtois, please. And we have 3 more speakers, and then it's cut off because the time is running. But Vivian, please.
Thank you. Question out so I could be precise. Thank you. My name is Vivian Corthius. The topic is cooperation across the Arctic. Yesterday at the ICC meeting, I talked about the United States Arctic strategy. I believe that the salmon crash in Alaska is truly a test of that Arctic strategy. It is a test. The Arctic strategy calls for an all-government approach. It truly will be a test not only to see how well each U.S. government department will help us in this situation, but how will the different branches of the U.S. government will help all the impacted villages in the Arctic Yukon-Kuskokwim region in Alaska. That is the test. Participating as a delegate to this Arctic Peoples Conference, my question is, how will we as Arctic people work together on our challenges, such as we face at home, when there are up to 8 different countries and most likely 8 different Arctic strategies? That's my question. Thank you.
That is a good question. Thank you, Vivian. The next is Mary Ang-Malik, please.
Hi, my name is Mary Ang-Malik from Nunavut, Canada. The challenges I would like to address are mental health issues and the suicide crisis we face as Inuit youth. How can we better support each other as Inuit to prevent the high suicide rate that we are facing today? Suicide among Inuit has been a long-standing and difficult problem in the Arctic. At its worst, the 5-year average was nearly 11 times the national rate. Youth want to see more permanent, culturally relevant and Inuktitut speaking therapists and mental health resources. And also one of the challenges that we face that there isn't enough housing. Inuit in Nunavut have far less access to a wide range of infrastructure such as housing, healthcare, transportation, and education compared to other Canadians. And that significant inequality makes every aspect of life more expensive. There is a critical lack of housing supply in Nunavut. The housing that exists is more expensive, overcrowded, and far more likely to require major repairs. The overcrowding places put Inuit residents at greater risk of catching diseases, including tuberculosis in Nunavut, Canada. These are the thoughts I wanted to share with you today.
Thank you so much, Mary. Next speaker is Lisa Koperkwaluk.
Thank you very much. It's good to listen to different comments. I was going to speak I'm going to speak English instead.
The cooperation, how do we cooperate? Is it useful for us? Is it helpful? It reminds me of a lady I listened to last summer while we were attending the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. She was talking about a woman who had gone somewhere to an international conference. And she herself, the lady who was speaking, had said, because she organized a lot of workshops and facilitated, international work and so on, she said, and don't go alone in these international conferences. And it reminded me that my first trip to the International Maritime Organization, I was alone. And I immediately understood what she was talking about. We need to be allied together, as it brings us greater strength when we position ourselves in front of opponents that we are at word wars with. And so we need to be together. We work together, Sami, Inuit, side by side on Arctic issues. And when we do, our experiences of being Arctic peoples brings us greater strength when we face those that we need to tell, you have to respect our rights to self-determination. We are now exercising our right to self-determination, and we're doing this together. So it's really important that we work together. And doing so also allows us to learn from each other what this group has done for this particular right in this particular area. And okay, they've done it in this like that, and I can do it also with them. And that'll create better advocacy in our own positioning. I would like to also mention how much I also agreed with, you know, listening to Aqqalukli's experience of working with an opponent, but in a unified way. And so even if we're not always aligned politically, we can still work together. But we must set aside our political differences to do that. Which brings me to, you know, the international work we do requires that we do cooperate. And we must not use lateral violence against each other. We must lift each other up. It is so important in our international and cooperative work. So I really appreciate Aviaya's words at this level, the youth's words on health and mental health. So many, even members of our families, experience personal trauma from colonization, and so we must work against it. Let us lift each other up. And when we cooperate, we do it with heartfelt intention, as Daley also reminded us. We must strategize together. Nagomig.
Thank you, Lisa. And the last one, Ivan? Peter?
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to just share. I'll try to be short with as the last speaker. And just to echo, I think, Lisa's comments as well, we must collaborate, we must cooperate, we must work with each other. I believe it's our responsibility to our ancestors to do so because of everything they've done to allow us to be here, as one of the previous speakers had mentioned this morning. All of our struggles are interrelated and interdependent on each other. There's only one Arctic, there's only one Earth, and you know, what occurs within each of our territories and communities is ultimately going to affect each other. You know, the nature itself doesn't know these man-made boundaries that we've created over these recent decades, millennia, and because of that, you know, we can't think of ourselves as in these isolated, independent, human-made boundaries because we have to depend on each other. We have to know each other. As Indigenous peoples, you know, our values and worldview, the wisdom that has been handed down to us, within that is an understanding of how do we relate with respect to the land and the environment around us and to one another as human beings. And I think within our Indigenous knowledge and worldviews are sets of values, ways of being, ways of relating that's needed as a demonstration of how we build international relations, which we are demonstrating here as Arctic Indigenous peoples, recognizing and acknowledging one another as the Indigenous nations of the Arctic. And I think that bringing that forward into some of these other international forums, we can help demonstrate through our actions and our leadership how maybe others can relate to each other in a more respectful, grounded way, keeping in mind the larger vision and understanding of that interrelatedness, interconnectedness that we have. And the fact of the matter is that Western political, educational, and economic systems are not working. Have resulted not only in some of the traumas and hurt and challenges that our peoples are facing, but also now the collapses of some of our salmon fisheries and the pollution of our environment that's impacting us as humans. Like our elders say, what we do to the land and nature around us ultimately comes back to us because we are not separate from it. And it's like we're kind of, unfortunately, both with climate change and with pollutants are like those canaries in the coal mine. And we need to continue to be elevating our voices and understanding to the rest of the world about how these things are impacting us. Just as important, I think our cooperation with each other is critical because we really need to build new ways of engaging with each other politically, with our education systems, with economic systems. Like, what does an economy look like rooted in our values and our traditions? What does it look like to be a successful indigenous person? And I don't think it's going to be based on the same colonial systems of politics and economics and education that we're really trying to strip and deprive people of who we are. And so I think we have a lot of work to do with healing, with rebuilding, and I believe that those of us that have been doing work within our communities, grounded in our languages, our knowledge, our ways of life, can share with each other what we're seeing that are best practices within our communities. And so I think that we must continue to work with each other to share our knowledge and understanding. And I love that today the word sibling has been used, and I think that's the way we see it as well, that we're siblings in the Arctic, and we need to treat each other as brothers and sisters and lift each other up so that we can really succeed in transforming some of these things that need change, not only for our peoples, but really for the Arctic indigenous peoples' contribution to globally. Thank you.
Thank you all for your contributions, and that concludes the roundtable discussion on this. I'm not going to try to reflect everything you've said. That task I leave to Aslak Holmberg.
Oh, wow, thanks for putting me on the spot, Rune. Well, first of all, let's give a warm round of applause to everybody who shared. And actually, I'm not going to do what Rune told me to do, because I don't think we need a recap right now, because it just happened and you remember what was spoken. So we can talk about it tomorrow. We have a time slot for a summary together with Sara. We will try to do our best to summarize what will be discussed also tomorrow. So with this, we have reached the end of our first day of Arctic Peoples Conference. So very warm thanks to everybody for attending and participating, contributing. I will announce that regarding the declaration, we have a drafting committee meeting after dinner at the school at 7 o'clock, so I would ask all Indigenous peoples organizations to nominate people to this drafting committee. At least we are trying to streamline the document, provide editorial issues, but there might be some subject matters also to discuss, so please all organizations nominate somebody or a couple of people to join this group at the school. Yeah, so with this I will close the first day of Arctic Peoples Conference and look forward to the dinner, to this evening's cultural performance, and of course continuing the program tomorrow. So once again, Olu kiihtu, kuyanak, thank you for today and see you around. Yeah.